Welcome back to the Fence, LLGs. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm your host, Chris. You can call me Fence. Welcome to the channel where you can share your story and be part of ours. I'm so excited to see you guys today. Know this was a little bit impromptu scheduling for the stream, so surprise, here we are. We're doing the thing. Yes, got the new mic setup. It's exciting stuff. I'm excited to be here. Like I said, I'm got a lot of stuff going on today. I'll probably share a fair bit of it with you guys. Got a few changes that are gonna be coming up. Good changes. Tuturu. What's going on, Mashi? Welcome back in, Jen and Jenny. Thank you for coming in and supporting the Fence today. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a big day. It's big days. Cool stuff happening. As far as what we got planned for the stream today, we're gonna be playing some more Nier Replicant, and we'll be doing the peer support thing. We'll have some good storytelling going on today. Some of them yours, some of them mine. Of course, we've got a new question of the day, as we always have a new one every time that we're streaming here. So divert your attention to the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Today, I'm asking everybody, what do you consider to be your best qualities, and how do these qualities enrich your life? Share your thoughts with us today during the stream. I'll be excited to hear from you guys. Lost, what's going on, man? Welcome back. You're at the store, but you're here on the phone. Ooh, you've been carrying the Fence around in your pocket? We've been jingling around in there? Maybe shaking some boards loose? Just so you know, if any boards get dislodged, you have to repair the Fence. That's the small price to pay, I guess, but it's one that you have to pay. A stream not on a Saturday. What absolute What absolute utter madness is this? What accent is this? I don't know. It's a cow udder madness. Yeah, we're gonna be switching it up a little bit. So I mentioned it during the last episode, but my plan is to get back to streaming about 3 times a week. We're gonna be starting off kind of doing 2 times a week and see where it goes from there, so we can kind of like ease our way back up into it. So the stream days that I am planning for are going to be Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. For now, sticking with the time slot of 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Pacific Time. So, well, we'll see where it goes. Thinking that's gonna work out for me the best. Especially with like the new job and everything. I think that'll make it a little bit easier to keep the consistency. Yes, pocket Fence. Absolute. Yashers. I watch on my phone at this time as well as when I'm at work. Who is... I don't recognize this name. But you're a subscriber. So, I must know you. Did you change your name? Welcome on in. You're on your phone as well because you're at work? I bet it's Ash. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day at work today. Hopefully it's not too strenuous. Life's treating you well. You know, I went to do some grocery shopping earlier today, and I was having a good time. You know, kind of shopping at a different grocery store than what I usually go to, and which is fun. It's fun to switch it up every once in a while. You know, the exciting thing for me about going to a new grocery store is that like when you go to the same grocery store all the time, this thing happens where you're like, I know every aisle, I know where everything ends up being. And so you go to the store and you end up going through like your routine, right? I'm gonna go get some chips in aisle 7 because I'm out of them. Or maybe some crackers there. And then I'm gonna immediately go from there to pick up the bread, and then the bread's gonna be near where the cheese and the lunch meat is. So we'll get all that stuff, pick up some creamer at the corner of that same aisle, and then the milk, because it's all gonna be right there, right? It gets really boring. Go to a new grocery store, it's still groceries, but it's all laid out different. I don't know, it's fun, it's different. And it's one of the small things, you know, you'd appreciate. So anyway, went to a new grocery store, and was having a good time. Got all the stuff that I needed. Ended up, I went there for like 3 or 4 items. Ended up leaving there with an entire grocery cart full of stuff because I figured, why not? I'm here. I might as well stock up on stuff. And, I'm checking out. And there was someone working behind the counter who just like didn't look like he was having that great of a day. And which I get. You're working at a grocery store and people kind of can be rude and stuff like that. How many people have ever worked in retail? How many of you guys love the customer interactions that you go through? They're not all awesome, you know. A lot of times I think that people are kind of crummy, not always that respectful. So I always try to be respectful, and usually I get, what's the word I'm looking for? I get some sort of reaction, something that like, someone ends up smiling, or I, try to help cheer somebody up or something that's back there. Sometimes, I just do the simple thing of like addressing someone by name because I notice that makes a difference and they kind of perk up like, oh, that's cool, I'm not just random employee behind the counter. Anyway, I did all that, made the small talk, tried to be like conversational and nice to this guy that was behind the counter, and he was just having none of it. He's having none of it. I think he saw the amount of groceries that I had, and then there was like 2 other people behind me, and he was just like, he's like, oh no, he was just did not seem like he was having a good day. So I hope things get better for him too. But I was thinking of him because Ash, I think you work at a grocery store, right? So I imagine that you run through some of those things like on a fairly regular basis. And if you're not currently working at the grocery store, I think I remember you did in the past. So my apologies if I got that mixed up. But yeah, be kind to your grocers out there, everybody. And go on an adventure every once in a while. Check out some new stores, Variety is the spice of life. That's some power outages. Dang. No, you're not at the grocery store anymore. Okay, so I did have that wrong. And it is Ash. I knew it. Jenny, get some rest. Hope you have a great night. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit. Enjoy your rest. CJ, what's going on, man? I'm at work, so I can't watch, but just wanted to pop in and say hi. Man, thanks for popping in and saying hello. It's good to hear from you. I've had quite the busy week, so I've been out of touch with my friends this week, including CJ, which is kind of a bummer because we've had some pretty good conversations lately. But man, this week has been nuts. Absolutely bananas. Well, before I get into that, let me say what's up to some folks. Ven, what's going on, man? Welcome back home. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. We're going to have a good stream today. Hopefully you can hang around and spend some time with us. Feel like I haven't got to catch up with you in quite some time. What's new in your neck of the woods? You did used to work at Walmart for the last few years. That's right. Okay, so good. My memory wasn't all completely off. Right on. 4 years. Wow. I feel like, so what's better? What's better in your mind? Do you like the semi-tire tech better? Or do you like, the retail jobs better? SW, what's up, man? Welcome back. It's good to see ya. Oh, it's this place where I either post philosophical or nonsense into a text box, and a happy guy on a screen reacts. It's right. It's that same place. The very same. Man, it's good to see your username in chat, buddy. Welcome back. Always good to see you. How have you been? Mashi, you've been so tired this week, huh? You missed 2 days of mod duty in a different channel. Dang, man. Dang. Were they okay? They didn't burst into flames or anything, did they? They lost out on that power of darkness. All you cool cats coming in, we got a new question of the day. Go ahead and check it out in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Today I'm asking everybody, what do you consider to be your best qualities? And how do these qualities enrich your life? Feel free to share your thoughts in the chat. As I was kind of thinking about, how we don't always pay attention to the things that we have going on in our lives, like personally, like the things that we bring to the table. We don't often think about those. We spend most of our time, I think, thinking about what we lack, what we don't bring to the table, what we're running short on, because that's just kind of how the brain works, right? We're always kind of working on improving and growing and trying to be better than we are. But it's good to stop every once in a while and just celebrate, you know? And sometimes celebration is as small a thing as just appreciating our good qualities. So that's what I want us to do today. I want you guys to take some time, think about what makes you great. What do you have to offer? Not just others, but, you know, yourself, that you can appreciate. And how do those things make your life better? Like, what are the benefits of those qualities? And how do you see your life working in response to those qualities? So, you know, of course, the question's going to be available all day today. We'll start playing some video games here in a few, but you can answer the question all day long. And anytime you need to pull it up, if you can't see it on the screen, you can just type in exclamation point QOD in the chat, and SuperFinSpot will pull that up for you. They were fine, Mashi? Good deal, man. Good deal. Ben's gonna do some lurking for a while. I appreciate it, man. You can lurk on a lot of channels. It's nice that you choose this one. Let's see, he says, nothing much. Still trying to practice driving. It's been a little bit since I've gone out to drive, but we'll see if I have time this weekend. I hope you do, man. It sounds like your driving experience has been coming a long way. I mean, you seem like you're feeling much more confident about it now than you were in the beginning. Do you have the driving test coming up soon? Or are you still just sort of doing like the written portion of the learning and stuff like that? Yeah. Yeah, Faintest to Start, Faintest to Starts. Faintest to Heart says it well, that people don't normally focus on the positive of themselves. And I think that, you know, there's something to that people feel like they're being conceited. You know, oh, I'm over here thinking about how good I am. I'm so full of myself and selfish and conceited, and we look at it as a negative thing. Now, you can be egotistical and kind of up your own butt. Sure. Yeah, that happens. And we meet people like that, and yeah, they're kind of frustrating to interact with, right? And I think that we remember those types of feelings in those experiences, and then we want to avoid being that way at all costs. Because we don't want other people to feel that way about us. And then sometimes I think it's something smaller. You know, I think it's just maybe we literally just don't see ourselves as that good of people, or that we don't see that we have any redeeming qualities, which is, you know, I think that's fairly common as well, but it's not true. The feelings surrounding it is valid. I think a lot of us go through that, but it's not true because a lot of us, we have good qualities. They're there. We just don't spend a lot of time focusing on them. So I'm not asking everybody to be egotistical today, or to, you know, like try and tell everybody how amazing they are, for the sake of like just putting it in other people's faces and trying to look good for them. It's to just take a step back, you know, look in the mirror, not with a critical eye, but with an appreciative one. Because like I said, we just don't focus on that stuff very often. It's not a bad thing to notice the good things about yourself. It's just not. It's a great thing. I was gonna say it's a good thing, but it's really a great thing. I think if we did it more, that, you know, it would help us with things like confidence. It would help us with things like giving ourselves chances whenever opportunities come our way, because we would feel more like, oh yeah, I can do that. Like, that's something I can handle, because, you know, I recognize my strengths. Strength validation is important, and I think that, you know, if we could spend more time doing that, then it might help us get to where we want to go. Lost says, ironically, after what I just said, granted, he said it before I said all that, but he says, I feel I'm unqualified to say what my best traits are. My friend, no one is more qualified than you to identify what your best traits are. But at the same time, he continues, that's subjective to an extent to how you and others see you. It has nothing to do with how others see you. This question has nothing to do with how others see you. Maybe you could, I guess, bring up the points that, maybe feedback that you've received as like supplemental to what your response would be. But this is a challenging exercise, actually, this question, because most of us feel like this is, out of bounds territory. We don't do this. We don't celebrate ourselves because that's bad. It's not bad. I want that stigma to be broken. It is not bad to recognize our good qualities. For some reason, society has led us to believe that it's a bad thing because it means we're conceited and egotistical. You can appreciate your good qualities and not be a jerk. Those two things can happen together. So be brave, man. Just take a minute. Think about it. What do you feel like your best qualities are? Everybody else is going to have their own opinion, but that really doesn't have any bearing on what your answer for yourself would be. We're just kind of focusing on our inner voice here. Finest of stars. Lost says, loyalty, awareness, practical thinking, and adaptability are his greatest qualities. Awesome, man. I love that. So loyalty, awareness, practical thinking, and adaptability are what you would consider to be your best qualities. So how do these qualities enrich your life, in your opinion? I love it, man. That's awesome. And from an outside perspective, I could honestly say that I feel like those are very true. Again, it doesn't matter what my opinion is, but just kind of throwing it in there because I see these things in you too. And I like to see that you see those things in yourself. That's amazing. Thanks for sharing. Ash said, to finally answer your question, you asked about, to answer the question of the day. Okay, Ash says that I'm an outgoing person, so semi-drivers are usually more fun to talk to as they tell many stories about trips they have as well. And they'll tell you if they have any concerns on their truck. Awesome. So one of your best qualities is that you're outgoing. And because Ash is outgoing, she is able to better connect with the semi-truck drivers and swap stories and be able to connect with them and hear about the trips that they've been on. And they're going to be more willing to talk with Ash about concerns that they might have with their truck, which is beneficial not just for Ash, because that provides learning opportunities for them, but also to the drivers, because then they get to experience her knowledge because they're going to get to share with each other. That's awesome. I love it. Thank you for sharing. Vin said, I actually haven't started the driving test yet. Once I get a bit better with parking and stuff like that, I'll eventually go and take the test. So is it something that you can do kind of whenever you feel like doing it? Or is it something that you have to kind of, there's a specific time when you have to be ready for the test? Does anybody here remember what it was like to start driving, by the way? Those of you guys out there who drive. What was that experience like for you? Lost says, it's a bit easier when you think about it like, I'm not the best at XYZ, but they are my highest personal stats. Yeah. The stats don't have to be at level 99 for them to be your best stats, right? You can have an average of like 43 in all categories, but if you got a couple 64s, and those are your best qualities, Highlight them, play to your strengths. The greatest thing about recognizing your best qualities is that you can kind of subsequently recognize where your talent lies, where your interest and your passions lie. And I think that helps provide like a bit of a general roadmap for how we want to live our lives and what types of things that we can pursue. That's not to say that, say you're trying to do something that's outside of your realm of expertise or your natural ability, that those are things you can't do. But, it does say, here's where I have an edge. Here's what I'm good at. And it kind of keeps that in your mind so that you can go out there and excel in ways that only you can. It's great. SW says, this gets a lot harder once you add the condition you can't rely on other people's reported data about you to craft your conclusions. Maybe I worded that wrong. I don't want it to seem like you can't. Like, you can definitely take that into account, but kind of what I'm looking for this question today is, where do you see your best qualities shine? What do you think that they are? And the reason for that, because obviously we can hear other people's feedback, and that can kind of help give us insight into ourselves that we wouldn't normally have. But we're trying to flex like our mental muscles here. We're trying to be able to recognize things in ourselves because we're able to see them. And if we're not able to see them, I'm trying to give you guys an opportunity to explore that, because, man, let's be real. How often do we get opportunities to explore that, where someone actually asks us to look at the good things in ourselves without any criticism, without any judgment or conditions really applied to that? Nothing bad is gonna happen here, regardless of what your answer is. So, I just want to give you guys a chance to do that. But yeah, it does get challenging, huh? Even for me, I have a hard time thinking about my good qualities sometimes, mainly because, like I said earlier, I'm always thinking about how I can do better. And I think that's true for so many of us. So Jen answered my question earlier, not the question of the day, but the one about learning to drive. And she says, it was terrifying for me. A lot of stress and pressure, and I felt like I needed to pass in order to help my family out at the time. Oh, wow. Wow. So if you feel like, you're passing the driving test is going to be a big factor in whether or not you're going to be able to be supportive of your family, yeah, that definitely adds a lot more stress to it. It's not so much just oh yeah, now I can drive and, go where I want to and, get a car and stuff like that. There's like some responsibility attached to it. Man, how did you work through that? Vin says, I guess I just want to make sure I'm ready for the test so that I don't fail it. Which, if I do, I'm sure I can take it again. I just wouldn't know how long before I can go back out to take it again. Yeah, so I remember Adam had shared with us at one point how, like, he went and took his driver's test and he didn't pass it the first time, and then he had to wait a while to go take it again. This was several years ago, I think, like at least 2 years ago. And from my understanding, he got his license, but I'm not positive about that. Don't quote me on that. But he was working very hard at it. And I remember him being kind of frustrated that he had to wait for a while before he could take another shot at it. So I understand that, having a little bit of pressure there. I want to make sure I pass on my first time. But you know what? Even if you don't, that's fine, because there is going to be another chance. Maybe there's a time frame attached to it, but there will be another chance. So, don't put so much pressure on yourself that you kind of like spook yourself away from it. But I definitely understand where you're coming from and wanting to have that preparation to make sure that you do the best with the attempt that you have. It's awesome. You're gonna do great, man. I know it, Vin. You're gonna pass with flying colors, because I think that the way that you're approaching this is pretty practical and responsible. Ash said, I would share a story about a driver who shaved 3 dogs on the side of the road. If they shaved 3 dogs on the side of the road, though, that would be a story to tell, wouldn't it? But no, the driver saved 3 dogs on the side of the road and actually got to meet... you got to meet him. Okay. And then he was a regular and had a tire pass each day. So you got to, through doing the tire passes and him coming in and out each day, you got to hear this story about how he saved 3 dogs on the side of the road. That's pretty cool. Share with us a little bit about that story. I'm actually really curious about that. How did this happen? Anubis! What's going on, buddy? Welcome back home. It's good to see you. Come hang out with us. We're talking about the question of the day, and also we're talking about our driving stories, about, you know, what it was like when we were first learning how to drive. So Jen said, I wasn't emotionally in a good place at the time, so it led to a lot of panic attacks. But I managed to get it done though, so it's just perseverance. Driving has always been a stressful thing for me. I can vouch for this. I think one of the first things I noticed Jen expressing anxiety over was driving. And this is all kind of not fair though, because early on in our relationship, one of the first major events that we went through together was driving 2,000 miles across the United States to get back home in Pennsylvania from Albuquerque, New Mexico. So, you know, between the two of us, we were kind of like swapping back and forth in shifts to take the drive so that, you know, we could allow each other to rest while we were getting there and not take a week to get back home. But I will say this, you know, even though you may have started off as something that was like really stressful for you, you know, Jen was able to do really well. She drove very well, still drives very well. And now she takes an 1.5-hour long work commute a couple times a week. No problem. I say no problem because, you know, she's able to do it pretty easily. However, there is like lots of traffic and stuff to deal with when you're driving between cities sometimes. So I'm sure that sucks. But she can do it, right? It's awesome. Driving is stressful. I think that, you know, some people deal with that stress better than others, but I think overall it is stressful. I mean, think about it. You know, it's not just your ability to drive. It's also having to watch out for everybody else and what they're doing. You know, defensive driving being like a really important thing in terms of driver safety, because like you might be doing all the things right, but someone around you might just be completely disregarding the rules, or not thinking about anybody else around them and putting other people at risk. So you have to watch out for those people so that you don't get involved in like an accident or something like that. So there could be a lot of things to think about when you're trying to like make sure that you're following the rules, you're, you know, being the responsible driver, but then also making sure that you are going to be able to react to people around you who are not doing those things. Which at first, I mean, it's a ton of multitasking. It's a whole lot of multitasking because you have to think about a lot of different things at once. What I can say about that though is that, you know, in my experience, the more you drive, the more you get used to it, and the more some of those things become somewhat automatic, which frees up your like conscious attention to be diverted to other things that you know, you're trying to look at outside of what your routine is. So, you know, I think early on you might be thinking about like, all right, I got to make sure all my mirrors are in good shape, get my seatbelt on, make sure that I've got like just an awareness of my route. You know, I'm checking to see how many lanes there are on this road. I'm checking to see, you know, where the stoplights are, where the stop signs are, remembering rules of the road whenever I reach those stoplights and stop signs. You know, those kind of things just become second nature after a while. And so then when you're not thinking about those, you're able to more easily think about stuff that's going on around it. And that's pretty natural. I think that's true for just about anything. But with driving especially, I think that there's a lot of pressure early on that ends up, I think, getting alleviated the more that you drive. Granted, maybe you live in an area that is just full of hazards, bad roads, bad drivers, maybe a lot of people. And so, you know, depending on the circumstance, things can change. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's like practice makes better, right? Just like anything. The thing is, the worst thing happens, said Jen. I failed the test multiple times, but it wasn't nearly as big a deal as I was making it out to be. You just take it again. So, okay, awesome. So this is great. So Jen actually failed her driving test multiple times and was still able to acquire her license. She just ended up taking the tests again. So what was the wait like? Did you have to wait a while before you were able to take your test again? Or you know, was it one of those things where you could just kind of go back and take it relatively soon after your last attempt? Trial by fire right out the gate. Sometimes that's the best way that we learn, SW. Fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, but I think it's definitely a fact of life. Ben says, at the very least, once I do get my driver's license, if my mom needs to go to the store, I can take her. Heck yeah. You're gonna be like the world's most inexpensive chauffeur. Make a thing of it. Make sure you get dressed up, you know, look like a gentleman, Ben. Get the tie, get the hat and everything, make it very official. It'll be an experience for your mom when she has to go to the grocery store. Anubis said, when I was taking my first driving test, I couldn't force my foot down. There was a mental block on it, so I actually failed for driving too slowly. Wow. You don't even think about that happening most of the time. So Anubis continues, I tried to go from 20 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour, and my foot just wouldn't move. Also, Dad could have deal with a driving instructor, so I actually got the car I passed in. Really? Well, yeah, I gotta share about that. That's pretty cool. However, I also got to experience the joy of ferrying drunk friends around, and they realize your car still has dual controls. Oh no! So that sounds very dangerous, actually. I'm just imagining like going out with my friends and they had been drinking, and then they realized that there's a whole other set of pedals in the passenger seat, and they're like, these are brakes, and they work. All right, you're just gonna mess around with your friend who's driving the whole time. I can honestly say I've never experienced that. I would be terrified to be in that position, Anubis. How did you handle that? So, Anubis answers the question of the day. And he says, my memory, or I'm sorry if I keep saying he. I don't mean to assume gender. They say, my memory, I can remember every aspect of my life in detail back to just around my 3rd birthday. So one of Anubis's best qualities is their memory. That's amazing. You can remember stuff back to your 3rd birthday. I think I can only remember like 1 or 2 things that early in my life. That's awesome. So Anubis continues on saying, I think it's given me a lot of empathy for others because I can't gloss over something or just have a memory fade. So I think I've always got perspective for stuff. It impacts every bit of my life, sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. You know, and I can see how that's a double-edged sword because sometimes, you know, we go through some things in our lives that really aren't so savory. They suck. And if you have a really good memory, it's going to be harder for you to forget about that kind of stuff. And so it's more likely that, you know, you're going to kind of revisit that, right? So, and I'm not saying that this makes it easier or makes it suck less or anything like that, but the first thing that pops into my mind when I hear that is there's like a unique opportunity there too, where because you are able to revisit so many different memories of experiences that you've had, even the negative ones, your ability to reflect on them and kind of glean something different from them by thinking about various perspectives of that event, I feel like would be increased. Is that right? Because like, so if I can only remember something for a little while, you know, maybe there's something that in my immediate environment that triggers a particular memory, but I'm not exposed to that trigger very often. So therefore, I'm not thinking of that memory very often. I don't have as many opportunities to reflect on it or learn something from that experience with the knowledge that I have now compared to when I actually went through that, right? So I wouldn't be able to actually get quite as much out of the experiences that I have. At least that's what I'm hypothesizing on this. Now I know there's other factors involved too, like depending on like how you actually assess your memories whenever you're revisiting them, and like to what degree they affect you emotionally and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not discounting that, but I'm just saying I feel like that provides you a little bit more of an opportunity to do those things. Do you feel like that's true, or is that something that you've experienced? You had to wait a little bit, Jen, to get your driving test done again? Oh, okay. I think you can get 3 chances with your permit, or you have to retake the permit test again. Wow, so you get your driver's permit, you have 3 opportunities to get your license while you have that permit. And then if you fail those three times, then you have to go and get your permit again and then start all over. So I mean, I can see where the anxiety creeps up if you're failing a few times, which, man, you really like pushed it to the limit there, didn't you? But you didn't have to retake your permit test and everything like that again. So, I mean, that's awesome. But I think the cool thing there is that, like, you always have a chance to get it. Like, you always have a chance to get better and bring yourself to the point where, all right, I'm gonna pass this test. Because even that, the worst case scenario, you go take your permit again, or go get your permit again from your test, and then you just keep trying. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. I wish that there were more things in life that were like that, where you just like have infinite chances on things. Although, if that were the case and everything had that like opportunity attached to it, would we push ourselves to achieve as many things as we do throughout our lives? Food for thought. Opinions? Feel free to share. Mashi, you spend your channel points on chocolate milk. Someone get this man some chocolate milk. Oh, Lost is gonna have a word storm for us. I'll be ready. All right, so Ash is telling us about this story where this person that was a regular in her semi-truck stop told them about how they saved 3 dogs on the side of the road. So the story goes, he was driving through Arizona on some dirt roads and saw something like deer, but it wasn't. And he saw this mother pit bull, skin and bones. So he stopped his truck, and as he was getting out, he didn't want them to be hit. From what he said, he didn't want them to be hit, so that's why he got out to check on them. And then from what he said, he sacrificed his chicken wrap. Wait, chicken wrap? Oh, sorry. Sometimes punctuation throws me off when it's not there. So he sacrificed his chicken wrapped food to them 3. So he fed them. He fed them his lunch, basically. And just to kind of like, it sounds like he used the food to bring them into his truck. Okay. And he tried asking at the drop site that was 5 miles where he found them if anyone knew the dogs, but no one knew the dogs. So he ended up keeping them as family. So he rescued them off the side of the road just because he happened to see them and he had a big heart and decided to rescue these animals and make them family. That's so awesome. Thanks for sharing that story, Ash. Sometimes people have really big hearts and people are really kind. That's awesome. I love to hear about stuff like that. And those poor dogs. They must have had a really rough time until that guy came around. What a cool person. SW says, oh man, I miss having a crazy good memory. In school, I basically never needed to study for tests. I could remember most conversations perfectly, etc. Would you consider to yourself to have like or have had rather, like a photographic memory? I've met people who do, and they're incredible to me. Like, I think about, like, if I could remember everything that I saw and, like, picture it and just recall it exactly as it was, oh, man. I feel like I would have so much more of an easy time in my life. Like, that seems like such a gift. Jen says, now I drive circles around those fools on the road like gosh dang crash racing. Pew! Chocolate milk is banned in the house. Give me your chocolate milk. Bring it here. Give it all to Fence. I'll find a good home for it. Don't you worry. Part two to Ash's story is that he believes his wife, who passed, sent those dogs to him as his guardian angels, which I believe that's the best part of the story. That is awesome. That's actually really amazing. And I take it, like, was he at kind of like a lonely point in his life then, whenever these dogs came into his life that way? No. You don't have any due to the ban? Well, find your neighbors, take their chocolate milk, and then give it to me. No, don't do that. Don't deprive lovely individuals of their chocolate milk. If they have it, they want it. Although I wouldn't mind the strawberry milk either. Mashi has to pay strawberry milk tax. How does Twitch know I live near a train? What do you mean? Heretics, you can't take the chocolate milk. Heretics can do a lot of things. Taking your chocolate milk is just one of those things. You have a choo-choo next to your name. What is this? Oh, because you're a hype train conductor. That's fabulous. I didn't even know there was a symbol for that. I don't know what that says about me. That's cool. That's awesome. Of course, I would so take their things, just so they can't annoy me with them things anymore. Who annoys you with chocolate milk? I'd imagine that, like, there's just, like, Mashi's neighbors just have, like, straws, and they've got, like, you know, the spitballs with, like, the paper, and they're just, like, dipping them in chocolate milk and just, like, over at the side of his house. Is that how they would do it? I mean, that would annoy me. Anubis says, yeah, I do reflect on things a lot. It's kind of strange because sometimes I don't take into account that many people don't have that. Sometimes I can't turn it off and I end up daydreaming. Another aspect that's impacted is I love learning things, anything and everything. Like, the hobby itself is collecting abilities to do stuff. That's awesome. So you just get to reflect all the time. And, like, you're saying that, like, it becomes a hobby in and of itself to reflect on things and to learn things and just to acquire experiences and skills. That's amazing. So that's what I think is so awesome about that is that, like, because you end up having this ability that allows you to reflect on so much in so many different ways, you end up being able to acquire many different abilities, many different skills, and develop those skill sets, refine them, in more ways than I think a lot of us might be able to who don't get the opportunity to reflect on things quite as much, which is awesome. I imagine that, like, you must be able to feel very fulfilled as a person because of that. But are there any drawbacks to that? Because I mean, I can notice the good qualities to that right away, but is there anything that ends up becoming challenging as a result of that? Dude, that's cool. And yeah, I think it's pretty natural to, like, not take into account that other people don't have that. Because most of the time, I mean, we live our lives, right? We live in our reality, so we're taking our experience into account. And if other people really aren't sharing their experiences with us, then we don't really get to understand what that's like for them. And not to say that, like, people in your life aren't sharing experiences with you, because I'm sure that, you know, you're a pretty easy person to talk to, at least from what I gather. So I could imagine that a lot of people talk to you about things that are going on in their lives. But I mean, like, you know, just because people are talking to you about things going on in their lives doesn't always mean they're expressing what their experience or process is like with it. At least that's what I've noticed in my experience, is that happens. Because people could tell me about things that they go through all the time, or things that they see, or things that affect them all the time. But most of the time, people are pretty general in the way that they express that. I have to turn this because I keep leaning into it. And I don't know why that's kind of bothering me at the moment. Let's Let's see, SW said it's not quite photographic good. He's referring to his memory here. I don't think, but it was close. So mental illness plus COVID plus stress. Now it's fine, but it's not what it was. So yeah, when my memory doesn't work now as well as it once did, it can be seriously frustrating. I bet, man. I bet. Like, especially because if you lived a certain amount of your life with that degree of memory, you kind of grow accustomed to experiencing life in that way, right? So if something changes drastically and now you don't remember things the same way that you used to, but you remember going through that process in that way, and it's harder to do that now, man, I bet that is really frustrating. You know, so doing my peer support work and working out in the field, I've met more than my fair share of people at this point who talk to me about what their life used to be before X event happened to them that totally changed their life. Some people, it's they got into an accident or got injured in some way, had to go through a bunch of surgeries, and now they're immobile. You know, they're not able to do the things they once used to do because of all the hip replacements, or because now they can't drive because they're in so much pain. And so they kind of end up being stuck at home, but maybe they used to be going out and about all the time and seeing their friends and families and going out and working. And, you know, this thing happened to them. It totally changed the way that they lived their life and the lens through which they viewed it. But I think the cruel irony with that stuff is that when it happens, your lifestyle changes, but the lens through which you used to view life doesn't necessarily go away. Like, you have to learn to look at your life through a new lens, but that doesn't mean that you can't see through the lens that you used to look through. It's just that now when you look through that old lens, you're frustrated because you kind of see possibilities that would have been there had things been different. And then now you have to process those emotions and deal with accepting that it's not like that. It's like this, you know? And that's very, very difficult. It's very challenging. Especially if you're dealing with disabilities or you go through some sort of illness that changes your life. You know, it can be drastic like that. I think it's worth noting too that it can also be, you know, maybe that these aren't minor changes, but minor by comparison. So from my own experience, for instance, moving from where I used to live in New Mexico all the way out to the east here in Pennsylvania, you know, the way that I interact with my friends is different. So I'm very much a person who I liked having, you know, my friends come over. And, you know, I didn't invite a ton of friends over, but I had like 2 or 3 really close friends that I like to spend time with. And I love spending time with people in person. It's a big deal for me. I really feel a lot of connection with people in person. And there's a certain level of interaction that happens in person that I can't really get from a distance. And so, you know, realizing now that if I want to spend time with my friends, I have to do so in a manner that isn't ideal in my mind, that I can't get the same things out of that I used to in the past. It's frustrating for me, and sometimes it's kind of like, it bums me out, you know? And I have to kind of come to terms with that every once in a while and just be like, yeah, but it's okay, you know? Like, I can still see them and talk to them in these ways. We're still friends, we're still connected. You know, it's different now, the way that we interact. So, you know, like I said, it can be major things that change your life and adjust the lens through which you view things in, that can cause those kinds of frustrations, or it can be, you know, somewhat less extreme events, bit more minor events that kind of do the same thing, just to a different degree. Yeah, we gotta kind of like learn to work through that frustration. It's always interesting, and I guess that's just part of life, you know. That's part of growing and changing and stuff like that too. But it doesn't make it less frustrating when it happens, I think. Toot and tutors. What's a toot and tutor? Anubis said, if there's an upper limit to what fits into my head, I want to find it, because I'd love to feel what it's like to be lost with something. To be lost with something, do you mean to just be like so interested and invested in something that you just sort of like are in this constant flow state when you're getting involved with it? Breaking things into their constituent parts and seeing things on multiple levels at once. Consistency, says SW. Oh, yeah. I feel like that takes like a heightened level of awareness too. The SW, I'm just curious. Do you meditate at all? Oh, that's what you mean, Mashi. Trumpets. Trumpets are the toot and tooters. Okay. That makes sense. I really wasn't sure what to make of that. Anubis says, a good memory is just like having the car manual. Understanding is easier when you have one, but you still need to understand it in the first place, which takes time and effort. Yeah. I still get difficulties not understanding specifics like anybody else. But I adore getting those little eureka moments. They're awesome. When you have an epiphany or you have a realization or something finally just like clicks, oh, that is one of the most satisfying feelings. I love that too. I think that's one of those things that you get a lot when you're pursuing knowledge and when you're pursuing new experiences and trying to learn new things. It's like a reward, right? So it's like an accomplishment. You discover something or understand something, and it's like, oh, that's awesome. Feel like you get like a hit of dopamine or something like that, and it's like, sweet, let's do it again. Let's learn more stuff. Chalky milk? Wait, you read chalky milk as cocky milk? It's just like real smug. It comes from smug cows. I would drink that. Or maybe not, depending on how you interpreted that. I don't know. SW said, yeah, it's not like having aim hacks. If you don't understand something, you're just far more capable of dwelling on that fact that you don't understand it. At least that's how I'm interpreting what you said. That's not exactly what you said. I'm sorry for paraphrasing. But SW continues by saying, I'd say think of it like having really, really hardcore computer hardware. It can be amazing, but if you're running jank software on it, you still have garbage in, garbage out issues. That's a good comparison, actually. Good analogy. The other downsides are hard to explain. You kind of need to compress your thoughts sometimes if you get really focused in on something in a conversation. Not everyone can keep up. This reminds me of a peer that I've worked with for a while. Very awesome guy. One of my favorite people to see every week. He used to talk to me about a lot of things, like he would talk about how he has fifth dimensional awareness. So he sees things like 5D. He's very, very emotionally intelligent, very spiritually aware. Doesn't restrict his viewpoints to simply like a physical plane. So he would think about things like in layers and in terms of frequencies and vibrations and stuff like that. And the reason I'm thinking about this person is because of what you said, is because he would often express that too. How, when he's trying to talk to people and trying to like compress his thoughts and his ideas in ways that make sense to other people, when he's really honing in on a conversation, or simply when he's just wanting to talk about like what his truth is, he would have a difficult time with that, where people wouldn't always pick up what he's putting down, so to speak. They didn't understand what he was saying or what he meant, and trying to explain those things to them in ways that made sense to where they can continue the conversation naturally, it felt really challenging. And so that's kind of what that reminds me of too. And that is frustrating. I feel like anybody that's really passionate about something that they try to talk to somebody else about who just has no idea what that subject is, understands that feeling. Anybody out there ever experienced that, where you're just like really into something and you meet a person and you kind of want to get to know them, so you share about what you know and what you're into, and they're just looking at you like, what doing? What do? And you're like, oh, damn it. How do I explain this? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this could happen to anybody, you know? I value so much the people who they find themselves in that situation and they start asking questions. They're like, you know, I don't really understand, but like, tell me about that. Because it's one thing to like not be able to talk to someone about something that you are passionate about because they don't understand it, and them just kind of scratch their heads while you're talking to them. It's a whole other when they don't understand what you're talking about, but then they express interest in wanting to understand what you're talking about. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, it's almost more exciting sometimes when that happens, at least to me. When someone's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds really interesting. Can you tell me more about it? I'm like, heck yeah, I can. Here we go. You know, it's going to be really fun. Because it's like, oh, cool. This person might be interested in this thing now, or, you know, now I can share my knowledge in a meaningful way, or my thoughts or my experience in a meaningful way. And then there's like I'm making a new friend, and maybe I'm going to like connect with them on this, and we can start like doing stuff together, you know? I don't know. It's exciting. And I really like those kinds of experiences. And it doesn't happen all the time. You know, I feel like it's quite rare compared to the alternative, which is people just being like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to talk about something else that I know. They're like, you like sports? I'm like, no. I don't like sports. I have no idea what you're talking about. You play Kingdom Hearts? And they're like, I've heard of Kingdom Hearts. I've seen all the memes. I'm like, God damn it. All right. I'm gonna go over there. They got some really good chips and salsa over there. I gotta really dig into that. Socializing, man. Got a lot of pitfalls, am I right? All right, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. If you're just coming in, we're just kind of doing some chatting right now. We got a question of the day for you up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, so definitely check that out. I'm asking everybody, what do you consider to be your best qualities, and how do those qualities enrich your life? Feel free to share with us today. Looking forward to hearing from you guys. We're getting ready to jump into some Nier Replicant. Gonna continue our adventure in this kind of apocalyptic world filled with just tragedy and sadness. I mean, there's a lot of sadness in this game. But man, there's so many deep stories, so many awesome characters and events that are going on that inspire really interesting philosophical points. And just, you know, talk, like, it's kind of like Nier Automata, and that it offers a lot of talking points for humanity and society and how, you know, things work when it comes to like human relations and stuff like that. So I'm excited to keep going into it. Arxelis, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Vince, Android subsystem for Windows is online in the beta channel. Android subsystem for Windows. What is that? Tell me more. That I don't understand, but I want to. See how that works? All right, everybody, here we go. I'm gonna switch on over there. Thank you for the reminder to hydrate. I got it right here. We're drinking some Snake today. I don't have my water on me. That's because I'm really just nursing this refreshing beverage. All right. Remember, whenever we switch over to the game, it doesn't mean the conversation is over. Feel free to check out the question of the day at any point by typing in !QOD in the chat, and Super Finspot will be able to pull that topic right up in the chat for you, okay? All right. Here we go. One of the things I'm excited about in continuing to play this game, well, not in continuing to play this game, let me back up, in streaming more frequently, is that we're going to get to continue to play this game. I want to finish this thing, man. I hear there's some awesome stuff that happens in this version of it towards the end. Yeah, Vin knows. He's got the hydration going on. So Lucy says, which, welcome back home, by the way, Lucy. Lucy says it's native Android apps on Windows. Oh, that's cool. I'd recommend waiting on the switch to Windows 11 for a couple months, though, to get rid of early bugs. Oh yeah, I never switched to the new version of Windows for for quite some time. I think I waited like a year and a half, 2 years before I went from Windows 7 to Windows 10. So I was just like, nah, I'm cool right here, man. Windows 7 is doing me good. And there was all sorts of bugs and stuff people were complaining about, and it just made me be like, yikes, I don't want to deal with that. Anybody who's a content creator out there, I feel like really understands this too. Because like when you're a content creator, you use a lot of different software, and these new operating system updates tend to get real jank with several different softwares, and it completely interrupts your flow, like your workflow. And it's just a headache. So it's better to wait and just let things, let the kinks work themselves out before you start switching over. That's what I like to do anyway. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go flip a light on because I noticed that my camera is kind of doing some frame rate things that I'm not really thrilled about. So 1 second. There we go. That always happens whenever there's low light. I have this pretty old webcam at this point, and it doesn't adapt to low light very well at all. Arxela said, you read a while ago about the WSL, Windows subsystem for Linux. So it's like that. It's a virtual container of the kernel, Android kernel on Windows. Okay, cool. It's like BlueStacks, but for more than just the App Store. And that's cool. Bet there will be absolutely no accessibility support. I wonder if there's like, are there accessibility softwares that are somewhat universal with whatever software you're using? I don't know if that's a thing or not. All right, sounds good, Vin. Enjoy the lurk, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us today. And for sharing your stories about driving, man. Like I said, I know you're gonna kill that driving test. Keep your head up and your heart strong. Do you like flowers?
Sure, I guess. Why?
Well, I love flowers, but there are so few out here in the desert. My dream is to find some flower seeds and turn this desert into a beautiful garden. Oh, that'd be something. I'm trying to collect pink moonflower seeds. It'd be great if I could get 10 of them. Oh my gosh, here it is, the moonflower seed quest. Listen, I don't know if I'm gonna be doing this one, fam. I don't know if I'm gonna be going through all this. I'll accept it, though.
If I can track them down, they're all yours.
Really? Oh, thank you. God, there is so much farming and like flower breeding to do to make this happen. Agent Pie, dude, what's up, man? Welcome back home. Sorry I didn't see you earlier. How you doing? Aggressive positivity. Murder that driving test. Kill it dead. Stab it with your undeniable skill.
So for a red jewel. Long story, please don't ask. You have one?
A red jewel? Ah, I should have something like that lying around. Yeah, here we go.
This is less a jewel and more a simple rock.
Yeah, I hear they were quite valuable way back in the day, but no one cares about them anymore. Honestly, it's just wasting my precious shelf space. So I'll let you have it for free if you want.
Really? Thanks.
All right, obtained red jewel? Question mark? If you've been a content creator at any point in the last 5 years, says Anubis, you'll have experienced Windows 10 breaking your sound settings after every update. You know what? I've actually had a pretty good experience with my sound settings for the most part in Windows 10. Most of the time that I have issues with my sound, it's because I'm rerouting it in some way with like virtual audio cables and stuff like that. Or because I'm playing around with like my audio interface and
Let's head for Bagdude's house
it
so we can
janks
get
things
this
out.
jewel.
I imagine it would be quickest to make for seafront by way of the canal.
Oh yeah, fast travel. But you know what? Now that I'm talking about it, maybe that has a lot to do with Windows 10. I don't know. All right. She needs to look around because I think there might be some more side quests we need to pick up here before I leave. Although I thought there were like 3 that we had to come here for. Oh, I know what it was. Well, I'll circle back around there after I make this run. There's 3 of them, I think, that go to the Strange Things store, so I just have to keep talking to that guy. Excuse me, are you looking for work right now?
What kind of work?
The rules state that we must make a ceremonial mask for our king, and I need help collecting the materials. Okay, I can do that. All right, sweet. SW said, got like 10 pages of essay exams to do by noon tomorrow. Wow, and not a lot of motivation. Even though my future is kind of riding on this, I cannot connect the reality of the clock with the emotional center of my brain. Oh, SW, man, you can do this, man. You can do this. I know how it is when you're struggling with motivation, though. I mean, what part of the motivational process is it that you're having a hard time with? Because I know motivation can be kind of broad, right? There's a lot of factors that play into it. What's making that tough on you, man?
I can do that.
Thank you. I will need 2 things from you. One is titanium alloy, which can be found in the junk heap. The other is a crystal, which is a special type of ore. I will need 1 of each item. I think I have this? Oh, okay. I have titanium alloy, but I don't have a crystal. I bet that's what it is. Okay, did he say that the crystal was in the plains? I wish it logged that information. VT Arxless says, I'm kind of the opposite. Having a degree in IT, I've learned to work with the easy stuff and work to the hard stuff. I've been an insider since 2016 and prefer using the beta channel, helping tackle difficulties. Well, there you go. I mean, that's cool, Arxless, and it makes perfect sense from your explanation of why you usually participate in the betas, especially if you're interested in actually like helping out to point out the bugs, find ways to like overcome some of the limitations that this stuff has, like the software updates software updates have. Can you tell that I've been doing a lot of talking lately? I must be kind of fatigued or something. I apologize. But yeah, see, I don't really like to do that. So I just wait till people like you get it all sorted out for us commoners. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Oh, that's sad. I wish I could throw myself into the sand, but the rules forbid it. Life is like sand. It moves and changes, and yet nothing is really different. Interesting. What do you guys think of that? Life's like sand. It moves, it changes, yet nothing's ever really different. The food and water shortages keep getting worse. Oh, just like real life. Although I guess it's kind of like food, I guess. We're having like major supply chain shortages right now. Where just like everything is on back order or hurting for supplies and in lower levels of production. It's pretty wild. Your laptop's not good enough to be able to use Windows 11, Agent Pie? What kind of laptop do you have? First the wolves and now shades? I can't believe it. You know, it's not just the king. There are plenty of other cute boys in this city too.
I am certain the masks contain subtle differences, but I know not how to spot them.
Yeah, how do you notice cute boys in this society? Like, do they just deck out their masks differently and that's how they attract people? Like, what do they do? They get ankle tattoos. That's how you know that they're a bad boy masked person. Listen, Arxless, I can respect that approach, but as a person who does not have the time to sort through all the bugs and stuff like that, I'm not gonna do that to myself. More power to you, buddy. See, SW said, I think there's a lot of anxiety in the case of one multiple question exam. So a professor graded one of my early submissions in this honors anthropology class kinda unfairly at the start of the semester. Then I turned in some perfect scores, and she changed the grade on that first assignment to a perfect. Then I got 14 out of 15 that she bumped up to 15, and a 13 of 15 on an assignment. And she then went and changed all those grades back. So I don't know, I just don't think that I have a fair shot. Wait a minute, hold on, let me reread this. This is so interesting. A professor graded an early submission in honors anthropology, and it was kind of unfair. So you turned in some perfect scores. She changed the grade on the first assignment to a perfect. You got a 14 out of 15 that she made a 15, so there's the perfect score. And then you had a 13 out of 15 on an assignment. She went and changed all of those grades back. So is that like they went in and improved the scores on the assignments that you turned in and the tests that you took, and then they doubled back and like reverted those grades to their original scores? That's like emotional whiplash, man. That would definitely make me kind of draw back a little bit too. But honestly, I mean, these sound like very good scores. Hold on. It's 13 out of 15. I want to put this together real quick. So if you get a 13 out of 15, oops. So I mean, that's an 86. So you got an 86. And you got a 93. So, I mean, both of those scores are good. So, are you nervous about not getting that kind of score? 14 out of 15 on the first. Okay. Because if she changed the 14 out of 15 to a perfect score, so if you got an 86 or a 93 originally, and then she went and changed those to 100% instead, like, in my mind, the way that I'm hearing this is that, you know, you are capable of getting good grades of your own natural ability. So even though she bumped your scores up, which I imagine would have given you some like extra security and feeling of like a good padding, especially if you didn't do very well in your first assignments, her doubling back on that would make it kind of nerve-wracking, but you're still capable of getting good scores. So hold on, let me see. Maybe there's more context here that I haven't seen yet. So you got a 14 out of 14, 14 out of 15. She bumped up to a 15 out of 15. And then you got a 13 out of 15 on this really hard section on genetics. I mean, to me, this is incredible. I'm like a C student when it comes to academics, so I think that's amazing. And then she went and whooshed all of your grades back. So the ones that she moved up to perfects, she moved back down to imperfects, even though those imperfects were honestly very good scores. You didn't get lower than a B on anything. And you got a high B on your lowest mark from what I'm calculating here. So are you somewhat of a perfectionist, SW? Like, not to put a label on it or anything, but do you like to see just like that perfect result? And that's really important to you?
Its location is too far removed from the rest of the city for you to be of much use.
You know what's interesting about coming back here now is that we're talking to all the people, and instead of them being like really amped up and excited about talking about their city's rules, talking about their culture, and sharing that with us, with Nier and his party, everyone's kind of despondent right now because of the situation. So, I mean, in the last 5 years in this world, Shades have really been more aggressive and getting more powerful. And then these guys, they faced the conflict with the neighboring wolves that have been kind of killing them. They've been sort of at war with them for a long time, and it seems like they have become more aggressive as well. The king has become a great man. I'm sure his ancestors sleep peacefully in the sand. We need to hurry our preparations along too. Things are going to get busy fast. The guards are hunting wolves and shades in preparation for the big day. I hope everything goes according to plan. The big day, the big day. Is this, the king and Fira getting married? Did we already witness that? As per rule... Oh, hey, it's you. It's me. I'm gonna buy stuff. I thought I needed much more healing, because I've used a lot of it recently. But I guess I've been picking some up. So I don't need none of this stuff, man. Forget it. Okay. Okay. All right, now we're back here. We gotta talk to the Strange Things guy again.
Hi there. Do you carry axles and paddleboards?
I'm afraid I'm out of stock, but I could make them if you bring me iron ore and logs.
Oh, great. So how much do you need?
I think 10 of each should suffice.
Gotcha. I'll be back in a bit.
Water
Cool.
wheels are great, but they're a pain in the butt to maintain.
In the past, humans harnessed different methods to provide energy.
Like
I love how
One such
Emil
method was
just
achieved
flies all
through
over the place in this
intricate
game.
compounding of iron and fire.
Wow, what did they do with that?
Oh, a great many things. It could be used to power large iron crates called trains. or
Large iron
illuminate whole
crates.
cities against the dark of night.
Oh, yeah, no thanks.
Why not?
Who wants to move a big iron crate? And how am I supposed to sleep if it's all bright outside?
Well, I suppose if you wish to look at it that way.
Besides, my life is lots of fun already.
If more people were like you, Emil, this world might not be half bad.
Yeah, I like it. Emil's a naturalist for sure.
Hey, can you fix damaged books?
Given time and proper materials, sure.
And what would those materials be?
To restore the book, I'll need 3 drops of machine oil, 3 eggplants, and 3 goat hides. Why the eggplants? Mashi, you big thief! You taking a good boy's mask? He didn't deserve that. Alright, so SW elaborates saying, the first assignment she graded 14 out of 15, she dropped the first grade on a technicality. That was illogical because there was no way to perfectly answer her question according to her criteria. So now I'm submitting more essays to someone to grade where there's like no consistency in grading. Oh, okay, I think I understand more now. Other classes I don't mind so much because the rubrics and standards are logical, whereas I feel she grades emotionally and I don't know how to operate in this environment. Man, and ask not about the eggplants. I will ask about all the eggplants. I'll probably get in a little bit of trouble for it too. Oh, and then SW also says, and yeah, I'm shooting for UC Berkeley, so I'm a perfectionist at heart. But it's like one of 2 transfer schools I could go to that has the subfields I want. Okay, so there's a lot of pressure here. which is understandable. Also, UC Berkeley, that's pretty cool. I supported somebody for a little while on my job that they wanted to go to UC Berkeley for their law degree. So I'm familiar with the institution, but so okay, the perfectionism being a part of it, and the pressure behind it, because getting really good marks is going to allow you to get into the school of your choice, where you're limited to 2 schools already that have the subfields that you want. So you need to get into one of these 2 schools. And the best bet to do that, I'm sure, is to get the best marks possible. So with that in mind, behind all this, you are dealing with an instructor who doesn't seem to grade using a rubric that is very coherent or logical. It seems to be very subjective. And so it almost sounds to me like she grades things not necessarily on a whim, but like, so if someone turned in their assignment and it struck a certain emotional chord with her, she would be more like forgiving, for lack of a better word, or maybe more inclined to give that paper a good mark as opposed to one that didn't strike that emotional chord, regardless of what the essays actually contained objectively. It seems like, she's very much like, I want this to hit a certain way, and that's going to determine what kind of score I give. But that's something that's like so personal that it's not really like allowing for there to be a universal rule or metric to kind of gauge your performance with. So it makes it very difficult for you to meet that standard that you don't really understand what the standard is, if I'm understanding this correctly. That would frustrate me too. So I can understand a little bit more why you're struggling with motivation, because it's like, oh, I could put all this work into this assignment and do my best, and I could still not get as good of a mark as I'm hoping for, because I don't even know what I'm aiming for based on how this person grades things, because it doesn't make sense. I mean, I have some thoughts to share on that, if you would care to hear them. Not that, I'm going to tell anybody what to do in this channel ever. But I mean, I have some thoughts on how I would approach this situation. But I want to offer them unsolicited. Yeah, it's like she judged me at the start for being a less capable student, and then I proved I had the chops in the seminar, and then I didn't live up to that expectation. She yanked all that kindness away. Yeah, that's whiplash, man. Okay. So, my thoughts on this is that hold on, I'm gonna switch over real quick. We'll come back to this in a sec. So, it's, first of all, it is very unfair, the way that she has chosen to grade your paper. For all the reasons I listed and you listed before. But it's gotta be kind of like, if I was in your position, it would be kind of maddening, because I'm just like, what am I aiming for? I think what I would do in this situation would be to, honestly, just, it's gonna sound really cliche. It would just be really like doing my best on the work that I'm doing. And here are my thoughts on that. She maybe didn't think that you had the chops at first, right? Because you didn't strike that chord with her. And then you continued to do your best on subsequent assignments, and they did strike that chord with her. And the only thing I don't know about this is if you adjusted your process much between those 2 instances. And so if you didn't, and you were just still kind of doing the best, like what you thought was the best that you could do, then it's almost like a gamble, right? Because it's like, you can't plan for how somebody is going to look at something or perceive something if you don't understand their process. So unless you have a way to understand their process, which honestly to me would be achieved through getting to know this person a little bit. Okay, so you didn't change your behavior at all. Okay, so you just kept doing what you thought was the best then. If it were me, I would look at the assignments that I did that struck that chord with her that seemed to be favorable, and try to look at the differences between that and what I did before that didn't strike those chords, and see what it was. That if there was anything there that stood out to me that might be like, oh, maybe she saw this in this way because this was here in this paper that wasn't there in that other paper. This is assuming you have the time for all this, which I know you're on a time crunch. The other thing, an ideal world would be to be able to get to know the instructor a little bit more so you could understand how their mind works, but it doesn't really seem like you have that luxury. So my thoughts on this would be to work with what I've got, maybe take a look at those other papers to kind of see if I could noticing anything that jumped out at me that was different about the ones that I got good marks on, versus the ones that didn't get good marks, and try to tailor what I do on this assignment to the ones that got the good marks. If you know, I looked at those things and I couldn't notice anything jump out at me, then honestly, I would just do the best I could with what I had, which is just put my best foot forward. Which again, it sounds like it's an oversimplification. But if you're struggling with the motivation aspect of this because you don't know what the results are going to be, kind of coming to terms with that and accepting that, like, there's no way that you really can know what the results are going to be. And that's actually okay. Looking at the results for what they are, you are going to get good marks. I believe that just because you're, one, a very intelligent person. And even the times where you got less than perfect marks, they were still pretty respectable marks. And in my opinion, from my standpoint, and if anybody else out there has some feedback on this too, I mean, like, feel free to offer your thoughts on this as well. But I feel like a lot of folks would look at the scores that you got, and even though the instructor who is giving you those scores is doing so with an unfair and kind of stacked sort of rubric, most of us could agree that those are still pretty good marks. So, you know, with that in mind, I would carry that objectivity that I am capable of getting good marks, even when the person that is grading my papers doesn't seem to have a standard that I can understand. So if I do my best the same way that I did my best before, I still have a pretty good shot at getting good marks. And it sounds like you even have a pretty decent chance at getting excellent marks by your standards, because something happened, whatever it was, something happened in the middle of your term where you were doing essays and papers that were just like clicking with her. So you have the potential to do that. Even if you don't fully understand like what it was that was causing that. So, I mean, to kind of like just summarize it, I would look at what I did that struck a chord with her and try to see if I could notice anything that was different about that than the things that didn't strike a chord with her, and then work with that perspective on these essays. And if I couldn't glean anything from that, just continue doing the best that I did, or best that I can, the same way that I did before, because there's still a possibility I'm going to get good marks. And no matter what, I know that I am capable of still getting solid marks anyway, even if she doesn't give me a perfect score. I know that that's going to conflict with your perfectionism. I know that, because a 15 out of 15 is still much more satisfying than a 14 out of 15, but a 14 out of 15 is still excellent. And I think that you're capable, clearly, of getting those kinds of marks. This is just one semester, too. That's another thing that I would kind of keep in mind for perspective. You get through this term and this semester, I mean, like, you haven't had to deal with this with your other instructors from what you're saying, right? It's just this one that you're dealing with this on. You just got to get through this class, and then you can move on. You don't have to worry about this wildness anymore. And I think you're capable of doing that. My grandpa used to tell me something, and he still tells it to me every once in a while. He's like, you know, because I'll agonize over meeting certain expectations or standards. I'll worry about being good enough. And he says, just do the best that you can do, and then you've done the best you can do. Very straightforward, very simple. If you do the best that you could do, you've done the best you can. And no one could ask any more from you other but that. Now my argument on that would be like, well, sure, somebody could ask better for me than that, but could they do so fairly? I don't think so, you know? So that element of it still rings true to me. So, you know, just do your best, man. You do your best, and that's the best you can do. And know that your best down the road is going to be better than what your best is today, because that's just how growth works, buddy. You got this. Just keep your head up and your heart strong through it. All right. Lost says, my grandmother likes to say, it's important to identify which teachers want you to learn and which ones want you to repeat what they say with different words. That is wise. That is wise. There are a lot of leaders out there who want you to follow their ideologies, their philosophies. Basically, they want you to adopt their approach. To me, someone who's leading in that fashion they're somewhat self-serving. They're not really trying to get you to grow. They're trying to validate their process. And that's not to say that they don't have good intentions. They don't believe that their process could lead you to greatness. But I think they get really focused on that. It's the greatness, for greatness to be requires you to adopt my process. And they get hung up on that. And that's just not the case. So yeah. Those are good words to keep in mind. Thanks for sharing, Lost. SW said, I think I just get caught up by how much more brutal all of her warnings were for the midterms, because it doubled down on the, oh my god, this is so subjective factor, and my brain just froze. I get it. I get it. You know, we were talking about objective dysfunction earlier, and we were watching a video on it, Jen and I were, and they were talking about how, like, objective dysfunction can happen whenever you can see an end point to an objective that you're trying to go for, but when you start thinking about like achieving that objective, if you can't see the process, like the chunks, they all have to come together to form that objective, then you sort of freeze, you get locked up. And then comes the frustration of being able to see the end result, but being unable to figure out how to get there. And to act on it because you're freezing up, and then that makes it more difficult to go through. And a part of the process of overcoming that is to, one, process the emotions, process the frustration, the negative thoughts, the negative emotions, so that you can get past that point of being frozen. And then the video we're watching, the instructor, he was outlining a methodology of trying to, what was the term that he used? Basically, trying to explain the roadmap, so to speak. So, and his tip for this was to pretend like you're paralyzed from the neck down. You're not able to do anything, and so now imagine that you have like an assistant, someone who will do whatever you say, and try to do whatever you ask of them. So now you turn to your assistant and you have to explain to them what the goal is, what the objective is, and tell them how they're going to get there, like what they need to do. They can do anything that you tell them. They will be able to do it. So knowing that they can, you know, fulfill whatever it is that you're going to ask of them, now tell them how to achieve that goal, how to get that thing done. It kind of pulls you out of it, and in your mind puts a responsibility on something outside of yourself, takes some of that pressure away, allows you to think about it more objectively, to outline what steps need to be taken to get to that end result. But again, part of that working seems to be having to work through those emotions and dealing with those negative thoughts. And they also said that like meditation can play a big part in that too, which is why I kind of asked about meditation earlier. You know, not specifically for this reason, but because of the way that you were expressing how you felt about like your mental process. Meditation could be a way to sort through a lot of those kinds of emotions. But yeah, I don't know if I saved. I'm gonna save again. Operationalizing. That's the term we were looking for. Thank you, Jen. Operationalizing. That's the term that describes the process of laying out the roadmap to achieving the goal that you're going for. Okay, so we got all our side quests here. We have a lot of materials to grab, fam. Oh boy. Alright, we killed the Shade, so we gotta go back to the village. Let him know that the Shade's dead. That was the Shade that was blocking the bridge, by the way. It had all the crazy amount of health. Oh, I thought that said a mean man killing pigs. Like, that's how I read that at first. Whoops. A man milling about near some pigs. Needs materials. Okay, so we still gotta get more titanium alloy for him. Everyone needs titanium alloy, man. What's the deal? Iron ore and logs. Where the hell do we get logs? Can we buy logs? Someone help me out. Where do we get logs? And we need the crystal. Okay. Oh, machine oil and eggplant. I mean, I guess we gotta plant some eggplant. And we'll get that. Could we buy eggplants? This guy sold seeds for eggplants, I think, but I don't think he sold eggplants themselves. Oh, he didn't even sell those. We probably have to go to Seafront to do that. Because I think they sell a lot of the produce. All right, where is the fast travel? Oh, it's not in town. It's outside of town. Whoops, okay. Oh, the prince's father. It's like, whose father? My father? The special day approaches. We must dispatch the wolves. So it seems like they're trying to prevent the wolves from ruining this ceremony. Welcome you, O benefactor of the king. I am the king's benefactor. Make way for me and my majesty.
I wonder if these people use the same mask for life.
I bet it gets
Beats
gross.
me. Maybe they wash them.
Still more hygienic than a
Hope they
bundle
do.
of paper stuck in the same shitty cover for life.
There is nothing more filthy than your underwear, hussy.
Oh,
This? I don't wear the same one all the time. I have a different set for every day of the week. And every night, I scrub them with soap and water. So you can bet your ass I'm cleaner than you. It's hard to believe there are plants that can grow in this desert. Yeah.
that conversation, and then meanwhile, Emil. I can't believe plants grow in the desert.
Yeah, this'll never work.
What a good boy.
I mean, if plants could grow here, it would be full of them. God, books can be so stupid sometimes. Have you ever planted anything before, Kaine? Nope. Well,
Nope.
then you don't know. You gotta try things out for yourself.
Indeed, experimentation
Leave it to-
can often be the key to
Leave it to the Skella
knowledge.
lad to be
You
logical.
guys sure are a bunch of optimists.
Emil never heard of a desert flower. No, no. Yeah, Kaine and Vice's interactions are the literal best part of this game. Well, okay, maybe not the literal best part, but they're some of my favorite bits of dialogue ever. They're so good. A boat! Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, fish? No, I don't need a fish. I need a fast trap. Oh. Hello. Is this your boat?
You got a red jewel?
Oh.
This is amazing! Here, come with me to Seafront so we can get ready to give it to her, okay?
I forgot it's the same guy at every fast travel point. Mr. Red Bag Man. All right, here we go. The seafront. She totally did plant stuff at some point. Of course. She had to have. Kaine is a sweet flower with the thorns of a rose.
Welcome to Seafront.
Thank you.
I'll hurry and get the apples and flowers together, so what say you just head on over to my place?
All right.
See you soon.
For the party? We're going to a party.
What a journey this has been. Let us make for the couple's home at once.
Wait a minute. Where is their house? Is it this way? Hello? Oh, here we go.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, I remember the two of you.
And we most certainly recall you, madam. That lover's quarrel you had back then was the stuff of myth and legend.
Oh, hey! Welcome home, honey pants.
Honey pants. Honey pants. Gross.
Hey, Snookums. So, remember how I said I was going to make things up to you after that whole wedding anniversary fiasco? Well, I tried and tried, but I just couldn't remember what I promised to get you all those years ago. But I had these two gents help me out, and we put together a whole bunch of stuff we thought you might like.
A whole bunch of stuff. This sounds like the ultimate cop-out. We didn't know what to get you, so we just got a whole boatload of everything and figured one of these things are gonna land. Just took a bunch of rapid-fire pot shots. The spray and pray of gift giving. Ah, Ruby Maze, hello! Welcome back home. It's good to see you tonight. Oh, thanks for the hugs. Hugs right back to you. It's great to see you. I hope that you've been well. Hey, SW said, that also makes a lot of sense. It's time to focus on the process. I can only control what I can control. And I don't know, and now that I'm higher, I'm also realizing this kind of directly connects back to inconsistent standards in my childhood, being the difference between how badly I'm beaten. But here, it's just points. Not even passing versus failing, probably. Maybe just the difference between an A and a B. This is honors. The grade gets curved up. I don't know. Thanks for giving me this space, guys. Anytime, SW. That's what the fence is all about. We're here for you, buddy. We are LLG. Yeah, it's funny, you know, how much stuff that we go through, like, in the right now, that could be traced back to things that have happened to us in the past. Whether usually it can be traced back to like traumas or something that just had a profound impact on us, and it altered our behavior in a way. You know, we have these points in our lives that just become like turning points, and how we respond to those ends up shaping a lot of our behavior going forward. And we don't even realize it in the moment that it's happening because we're just adapting, because that's what our brains do. I mean, we're really good at adapting. The human brain's amazing in that ability. And then it's not until later that, you know, sometimes we realize that there's sort of like caveats to how we adapted, because it's not applicable in every situation in a positive way. It can sometimes kind of hold us back. So yeah, it's natural. I think what I'm trying to say is that your experience right now is really natural. And I think that a whole bunch of us here, through reading your story and experiencing it vicariously through you, are probably thinking about some times in our own lives where we've kind of gone through something similar in our own right. I mean, I know I've done stuff like this. There's so much, like I've noticed that with, just real quick, when it comes to like male figures in my life, because like I had my grandfather who's incredible. He's like the best father figure I could have ever asked for, and I always wanted to please him. And I think part of that came from, you know, not having my own like biological father around, and for most of my life when I was growing up, wanting him to be around and thinking that it was kind of like my fault that he wasn't, and like I needed to do better in some way. And you know, since I was like 18, I mean, I tried to reconnect with that guy, and he was not a good guy. So I kind of came to terms with that and walked away from it. You know, I figured that I was better off without bringing that person around. However, the years and years and years of behavior that was kind of tailored around that feeling of I needed to do better to please, like my father, or to please my grandfather. Because to me, that was the metric at which I that was the standard and the metric on which I sort of evaluated my own worth for a long time. If I got approval from the father figures in my life, then I was doing good. If I didn't, then I was not doing good. And so that's kind of affected even today at 29 years old. What happens whenever I'm like at work? I got a supervisor that's a guy, and I respect him and look up to him in some way because, you know, they have some admirable qualities that I want to adopt as well because I see them as a leader and an inspiration. I find myself like seeking their approval, and that affects my behavior, you know, in that context of my life. So I might find myself doing things or saying things in conversations with them where I'm sort of seeking that approval because it means something to me. And I've had to work a lot in recent years to try and be like, yeah, that doesn't matter so much. I mean, it's cool. Cool. If I get praise from them, like right on. But if I don't, that also doesn't really mean anything, you know, it doesn't mean I'm not doing good. And it doesn't really need to be the thing that I'm seeking out because at the end of the day, it's what it amounts to is people pleasing. And that might not be very fulfilling or self-actualizing for myself. So it's good to, you know, try and check in with ourselves like that. But that was one of those things that was just like you're saying, SW. I kind of realized came from a point in my past where that behavior started from things that happened when I was very young and sort of just continued throughout a lot of my life. Totally relatable. Ruby says, I am okay. Some things have happened, but I'm taking it one day at a time. I love that I have a home here. Oh, you always have a home here, Ruby. Always, no matter how much time passes. I'm sorry to hear that there are some things that have happened that they sound like they're kind of icky things. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but if you ever want to share or talk about them, you're always welcome to here. You know, we'll be as supportive as we can, and if anything, just give you a space to express and open up a little bit. I hope things are okay. I'm glad you're taking things one day at a time. I mean, that's the best we can do during tough times, right? But you're not alone. I just want you to know that you got support if you need it or just want it. You don't have to need it, you know? We're here for you. Oh, thank you. You are very, very kind. Thank you, Ruby. I love you too. Nothing but love. I don't know. I would have to imagine how many looked to me for that. Because I don't know. It's an honor just to think that I could be inspiring towards others or for others in some way. But it's good. I guess that means that I'm doing my job right in some way. But thank you for saying that. Hey, what's up, Prince? Welcome back home, man. Yes, I'm on a Thursday. Those of you guys coming in, just to let you know, we're trying to, ramp up production. No, I don't want to look at it like that. It makes the fence sound like consumerism. That's not what's going on here. No, I'm trying to get back into the streaming schedule, into a more, what do you call it? An engaged streaming schedule? Yes. So we're trying to do Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays now at 5 p.m. I'm starting with Thursdays and Saturdays. My eventual goal is to get the Tuesday in there as well. So we'll see what happens, but that's what I'm gunning for right now. So we'll still have a stream this Saturday too. So look forward to that. If you guys aren't able to hang around for too long tonight, it's no problem. We'll be back.
Huh. Well, I'm glad you put so much thought into it, but these are
gosh.
wrong. Very wrong.
This woman is impossible to please.
What?
Then we went to all that trouble for nothing.
honey, the only thing I wanted was a nice home-cooked meal. Back when we were newlyweds, you promised to make me a big feast of all your tastiest dishes one day. Remember?
Huh. Now that you mention it, work has been so crazy lately that I haven't done much cooking at all.
I know how hard you've been working your little tushy off for my sake, Muffin.
Vince works his tushy off for your sake too. Notice me, red bag woman!
So, here's your punishment. You're making dinner tonight. And
Oh.
you two are going to join us.
Wait, are we being punished too? Is he a terrible cook?
Wait, us? You sure?
Of course I'm sure. It's the least we could do after all the trouble this big lug of mine put you through.
Oh no. Are we going to become diseased? Communism all the way. Oh no.
I'm at a dining table filled with apple-based cuisine, red roses, and a single crimson stone.
Oh.
Illuminated by candlelight, the married couple fills the room with joyous laughter.
This wasn't the experience I was expecting.
The scene fills me with an unfamiliar sense of calm. Just a happy family gathered around the table. It feels so very normal. I never thought I'd feel this way again.
Oh.
So I stuff my face with the great feast before me, hoping it helps to hide the tears welling in my eyes.
Wow.
So, what did you think of my Love Muffins cooking?
Guys, I didn't expect that to get real feelsy. Oh. Poor Nier, man. Prince said, I had a rough start with the Resident Evil 1 remake, but I'm starting to enjoy the game now for a change. I can't say for sure if I'll finish within this month, but we'll aim for it. I'm rooting for you, Prince. That's cool, man. I love RE1 remake. That game was great. The one that was on the GameCube, right? If I'm remembering correctly. I know they did like a director's cut or something like before that, but I think the remake was the GameCube one. I loved that game, man. I used to play it all the time when I was in high school. I had very good bonding experiences with one of my best friends with that game. Depending on how often the other channel streams, I'm gonna have a tough spot to make it. Well, you know, talk to me about it in the Keeper's Camp, Mashi. Let me know what your schedule's like and, you know, where there could be potential conflicts, and we'll figure it out. First episode of Call Me Can't Communicate this morning, and it made me happy. I saw it, actually. I saw it on Netflix. I didn't watch it yet, but I saw it and I was like, oh, that's the show that Prince was talking about. Jen pointed it out to me, and she was like, hey, there it is. And does anybody know, are they doing like current releases on Netflix now? Because I've never seen them do that before.
It was all delicious, ma'am. I can't thank you enough.
And though it boggles my mind to say it, I greatly enjoyed the company and conversation.
Sorry again for all the trouble, but I hope this lets you know how grateful I am.
Man. But it seems like that was a pretty meaningful experience for Nier. And I didn't expect Weiss to appreciate it as much as he did too, so that's great. Way better payment than the 3,000 gold. Let's see, so, the Prince was telling us that Call Me Can't Communicate, is a show about a girl who has a communication disorder. So she's very shy and rarely speaks due to this communication disorder. And then she meets this classmate named Tadano, and her goal ends up being to meet 100 friends. People seem to have this preconceived notion that she's too good for other people, which seems like it's kind of like the twist that's in this premise. It sounds like it's a really good show. And it reminds me of this other slice of life anime that we watched here in Vince Theater like a couple years ago called Hitori Bochi. But with the added element of the communication disorder. So I've never seen this yet, but it seems like it'd be a pretty good show. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. Yeah, it does sound like that. It's pretty beautiful. I feel like it's gonna have like some good, impactful moments. So Hitori Bochi was awesome, by the way. It was like one of the funniest shows I'd seen in a long time. But this one seems more like it's gonna have like a lot more feels in it, and a little bit more substance.
I know he can be a handful, but I hope you'll continue being friends with my husband.
Dude, the Red Bag Man, he's our friend for life.
Oh, and we'd just love to have dinner with you again sometime.
Would we ever? Things get pretty boring when it's just the two of us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I
Oh, no.
boring you now?
Dude done goofed.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what I meant, obviously.
We've been down this road and know where it leads, lad. Flee at once.
Right. Yeah, so, we're just gonna go. Thanks for dinner.
Abort! Abort! Gotta get the heck out of here. Oh, man. See, Komi's the only show on Netflix that I've been seeing doing on an episode per week basis. I feel like there was another show that was doing that. Jen, I don't know if you're here right now, but if you are, do you remember what that other show was? Because I thought we saw a couple of them that were like that. Or maybe not, I don't know. Sometimes I get conversation mixed up, but I feel like we were talking about it. Blue Period? Okay, that was it then. That sounds familiar. I think you're right.
We've got the latest in weapons from foreign lands.
I love this guy's voice. We've got the latest in weapons from foreign lands. I do a good impression. Hire me as the voice actor. What about Green Period? What about Yellow Period? What about Squid Game Period? Anybody here seen that, by the way? It's very popular right now. I have not watched it yet. There we go. We got all the weapons that we needed to get here.
Thanks.
Thanks. Ah. All right, cool. So we helped the Red Bag Man. I love that he's called the Red Bag Man, by the way. So I don't know if any of you guys remember my Bloodborne streams years ago, but there was an enemy type in that game that was, I don't know if this was his actual name, but he wielded a great big bag and would like walloped you with it, and then he would like capture you in it, and then basically just abduct you and take you to prison. And I always called him the Bag Man. And that's all I can think of when I see Red Bag Man. Is it drink time already? Oh. You know what that means, guys? Hydrate up. Get them drinks. Get your beverage in hand. Plan on watching Squid Game next month, says Prince. Yeah, you know, I'm actually thinking of watching it too. I was thinking maybe I won't. Maybe this isn't gonna be a show that's for me. But as each day goes by, I get increasingly interested in it just bit by bit. So I think I'll actually sit down and watch it.
This time I need 3 sandfish.
I expect to cry a lot.
The oceans of sand. You can catch it over near the wharf.
3 sandfish? Oh, I can do this, old man. Look at this guy. Who was someone comparing him to? In my mind, I keep just being like, he's like a weird looking, like, old crotchety Jeff Foxworthy, but a fisherman version of him. Yeah, I don't know. Someone said something else. It was like, oh, Turd Ferguson. Ron Burgundy. Yeah. That was it, Ron Burgundy. Old Burt Reynolds. Been a long time since your Duke days, old man. Look at him, he looks so confused and just sort of like perpetually stressed out. It's like, these waves coming into the wharf are uneven. I need straight lines, but none of them are straight. I'm gonna fade out of existence. Departed to the spirit realm. I'm gonna go save real quick. Elderly Turd Ferguson. Reggie, what's up, dude? Speaking of the ghostly, how are you doing? Welcome back home. Happy birthday to you, a day in advance. Early birthday. All right, man. Happy early birthday. What level are you about to ascend to? I didn't even know ghosts could level up. I thought that they just kind of stayed where they were at forever. I'm learning. Jin said, I thought that Squid Game was going to be like dumb Hunger Games stuff, but it really highlighted the dark and light of humanity. Oh man, see, and this is why I keep getting more interested in the show. People say stuff like that about it. She's like, you're pulling on my heartstrings here. This is stuff that I'm interested in. I have to check it out. Agent Pie said, a Final Fantasy XIV short film I watched recently had a similar theme. It's called Emote, about a girl that only communicates using emotes. No text chat, and her struggles with making friends because of it. Really? That sounds fascinating. Agent Pie, can you do me a favor, actually? Can you find that and then put a link for it in the, I guess in the multimedia channel of the Discord? I want to check that out. All right. Wait, did I save? Oh God. Oh God. Okay. There we go. All right. Ruby said, I hadn't watched Squid Game yet because I'm not big on gore. Is it really gory? Has it been hyped? I did hear that it was pretty gory. Yeah. I can't tell you. Jen would have to give you the context on that one. Can pepper spray work on a ghost if it's made from ghost pepper? You guys are asking the real questions today. I want to say yes. I'm gonna go with yes. Someone make some ghost pepper spray, and then assault Reggie. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Reggie, you better fly away. They're gonna get you. All right. Where are we going next? We can turn in a quest in the village. We can go catch some sandfish. What lures actually do we need to catch sandfish? Since I'm here, I may as well pick them up. Let's go buy a bunch of them.
Hi there. Did you need some bait?
Yeah. All right. I already got a lure. I'm just gonna grab a bunch of sardines. Wait a minute. Oh God, we're broke because we bought all the weapons. Wait, I know how to fix this. There we go. I've got stuff to sell, I think. We got lizard tails. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want to sell. Where's all the stuff that I farmed? Here we go. Oh, wait. Excuse me. No, that's not it. Where is my rice? Or did I already sell all of that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, there's some of it. Oh no, I only have 5 left. Yikes. Well, we're gonna sell it. And that's it. That's all I've got. Oh crap. But look, I have all these seedlings. I guess I better just go plant them. If I'm gonna be back here in 2 days, I might actually be able to harvest them before they die, so... Alright. And then now, can actually buy some more lures here. What is Lock and Key about? Okay, so we can get some sardines. Oh god, actually, I'm gonna have to look this up. What kind of fish do we need for the sandfish? Okay. Okay, and then the moment the float bobs once, you pull a stick towards you. That's right. So, okay, the fishing in this game is kind of weird because there's a couple fish that they don't wait for you to pull the lure under. You have to pull on it like right whenever it bobs once. But nothing ever tells you that. It's kind of silly. You can use the lure or earthworms. Oh, well, the lure is free. We can reuse that. I'm just gonna do that. I ain't buying nothing.
Come back if you need anything else.
No. Hold on. What are these guys arguing about?
This would have never happened in the first place if you'd just come out and told me what you wanted.
Maybe next year, don't ditch our anniversary for work. Ever think about that?
Oh my god. Oh. All right. So we could fast travel back to get our sandfish, and then I guess we can just fast travel from there right to the village. This is one of the few instances in this game where fast travel is actually Andy. Oh crap! But the red bagman's not going to be here, so we can't fast travel. He's too busy arguing with his wife. Great. The one time it would actually be useful, and I can't do it. All right, I'm gonna hoof it then. Bream is worth more. I don't want to go catch bream though. I don't feel like sitting there fishing for bream forever. Lock and Key. Wrong answers only? Oh, it's escape room gone wrong. Okay. Was that the Keyblade? The Keyblade would be cheating. Sora would be the most OP character in that universe. A couple of guys travel across country, lock at random doors and windows, and chaos ensues. A guy and his merry band of friends goes around towns, locking up all the chests, and then locking all the keys in other chests. Ah! Oh god, okay. Whoa! Oh! Sir Smock! Dude, thank you for that sub love, my friend. Welcome back home, by the way. How are you doing, Smock? All right. Man, that is awesome. Hey, you know, we got some new emotes to play around with. Check them out, man. We got the Fence T Love. We got the Fence T Derp. What else we got? We got the Fence T Nice. Get on it, man. Enjoy. Oh my goodness. That is, it's not okay. You can't just do that to a person. That's illegal. Oh. All right. You know, I was getting out of the shower the other day, and this music melody popped into my mind, and the first thing I thought was Mr. Mime. I hate it. It's been ruined for me. Whack. Oh, I wanted that to do so much more damage. I guess it wasn't bad, though. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate the service. Oh, man, I'm so glad to hear that, Smock. So glad to hear that. I've been doing good, too. I've been doing really good. Actually, I just got a new job, which this has been pretty cool. So I'm telling you guys about that a little bit, because you know, I meant to talk about this earlier, and then we got caught up in another conversation. But so, you know, as a lot of you know, I've been working as a peer specialist for the last almost a year now. I got my certification last October, and I started working as a certified peer specialist in November. Which basically, if you're wondering about it, it's peer support work. It's what we do here on the channel, except in a more intimate, like one-to-one setting. And I go out and, meet people where they're at in the community, help them work on goals and just sort of, walk alongside them with what they're dealing with. And we'll talk about emotional stuff. I'll help them like achieve things that they're trying to work on and, take their lives in directions that they want to take it and stuff. It's pretty cool. Like I've been really enjoying it. And so an opportunity came up where, someone from my peer support class had posted this job and they were like, hey, if anybody's interested, feel free to apply. I looked at it and I was like, Call for Change Youth Care Coordinator. That's what the title was. Call for Change Youth Care Coordinator. The description was talking about stuff like, being an advocate for youth and young adults, working to build recovery ecosystem coalitions across the state of Pennsylvania, and seeking out leaders in peer groups to, kind of head these coalitions. And then doing things like, working on the Call for Change document, which outlines mental health treatment as taking a recovery-based approach as opposed to a treatment-based approach, but including things for youth and young adults within the Call for Change, which there's like nothing in there about that for youth and young adults. So aside from that, there are other things like, composing and facilitating trainings. So the opportunity for me to go and train other mental health professionals on how to provide better services for youth and young adults. And, I was like, this is awesome. Like I'm not even looking for another job right now, but that sounds so awesome. Like that's so cool. I'm very interested. And, one thing led to another, and I ended up applying for it, and I did a couple interviews and ended up getting the job. So my last day at my current company as a peer support specialist working out in the field was today. And tomorrow starts my first day as a youth care coordinator at the new company. And I am like super duper excited about it. It's gonna be awesome. Never really done anything quite like it, and I'm excited. I feel like I can make a good difference and provide hopefully provide a lot of opportunities for youth and young adults out there that are trying to receive mental health services so that they can get off, on the right track and get the support that they need earlier on in their life. And as many of you know, this is a cause that's very near and dear to my heart because I have bipolar disorder type 2. I have ADHD. I've dealt with I have clinical depression as well. And, I deal with a lot of mental health related issues and always have throughout my life. I mean, my first diagnosis came when I was 6 years old. So, I got in the system very early as a consumer, and I had a very supportive mother and grandfather and family members that, they were all my biggest cheerleaders through all of that. And I ended up being able to get some really good professional supports. You might not know this by looking at me, but I've been in and out of psychological hospitals, or psychiatric hospitals, sorry, as a child. I was an inpatient twice. And, both times I was able to work through what I was going through and come out the other side. And I think my last time in a psychiatric hospital was when I was 12 or 13 years old. Specific year is kind of fuzzy for me, but I remember I was in middle school. I've been successfully treating my condition without medication since I was 13. And I was able to learn how to do all of these things because I had the right support when I was young. and I met a lot of people that didn't have that support. And because of that, it was, you know, very important to me to try and provide support to other people, to kind of like give back what I was given. So this is an opportunity for me to do that in bigger ways than I've ever done before. And I'm really, really excited about that. And I think it can make a difference out there in the world. So, you know, it's kind of cool too, because I see this, and as big of an opportunity as it is right now, I also kind of see it as like almost like a first step into something even greater, but I can't really conceptualize what that would be at this point. I just feel like I could go even further to try and do more in this field. And that's very exciting for me too. So, but focusing on the now, I'm super excited. I'm very excited to start doing this. So first day on the job as a youth care coordinator starts tomorrow. And it's going to provide me, I think, with a little bit more of a stable schedule, which is why I am, you know, increasing the amount of streams that I'm doing per week, because I think I'm going to be able to maintain that a little bit better. And your guys' experiences and insight is going to be very valuable to me. I mean, it always has been. But your guys' voices, I think, are going to help me to advocate for y'all and for others in this field. So keep coming by, keep talking with us, sharing your story and being part of ours, because it's gonna make a big difference. So thanks, guys. Moonlit Lilith, welcome back. So good to see you again. Hope you're having a good day today. Yes, Mock, thank you. It's so awesome. So awesome. Wow. Shooting Lost. I just saw your message about illegal shooting buffalo from the second story window of a hotel. That's dark. It's dark. Those buffalo did never deserve it. They're just trying to enjoy them dang selves. Man. Oh, Ruby, thank you. Thank you. Ruby says, I'm proud of you, and I've watched you overcome so much in the years that I've known you. And she really has. I've gone through a lot in the last 7 years. It's been kind of crazy. Well, it's been wild. I'm trying to replace that. I don't like to say crazy. I think that it could be triggering for some people, and I'm trying to knock that out of my vocabulary a little bit. It's been wild. And I think that, you know, I had to go through those hard times to kind of get to where I am now and understand the things in ways that I do now. So, you know, I'm glad that I could successfully go through those, and I'm glad that I've had people like you, Ruby, to kind of be there and you know, just be supportive. I think everybody needs that, and it's definitely made a big difference in my life. You know, whenever we're going through tough times, y'all, I think that there's a big fear that we're going to be abandoned because of what we're going through or how we're handling things, especially when it comes to our mental health. If we're not succeeding in how we're handling it, I think we feel like a lot of people are going to get pushed away and they're going to kind of like walk away because they don't want to deal with it. And sometimes that does happen. But when people stick around and, you know, they're not being judgmental, but they're just trying to be supportive as best they can, even if maybe they don't agree with what you're doing. But they want the best for you, like sincerely, that it has a huge impact. It makes all the difference in the world. So, you know, be that for other people. You know, you guys have that in your lives to some degree. Some of you more than others. Just keep trying to be that for other people, because it really is life-changing. It's been life-changing for me. And I'm very thankful for it. Your day was okay, Lilith. Just okay? You want to share with us about that? That's amazing, dude. Do you by chance remember that shirt I made you like 5 years ago? Dude, God, that sounds very familiar, actually. So I was going through my files on my computer because people would send me stuff like fan art and things like that over the years, and I kind of started putting everything in a folder. But I don't think that I got that on my hard drive. I do remember you making a shirt though, actually. Now I feel bad because I feel like I dropped the ball there. Oh man. You wouldn't still happen to have like a copy of that file on you, would you? sometimes life is challenging, but look at you shine. Oh, stop it. Stop it. You're gonna make me really shine in like a reddish hue here. You keep being so nice to me. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, when we all have the potential to shine, we can all do it. And if there's any reason, if there's any single reason at all why I'm here, other than just to be supportive of guys, of you guys, not just of guys, support all genders, obviously, but it's to set an example. I want to model what's possible. Because it's not just me. There's nothing uniquely special about me that sets me apart from others in terms of potential. Everybody can achieve great things. Everybody can push themselves beyond where they saw themselves being able to go. You're all capable of that. And I just want you guys to be able to see an example. And I want you guys to be able to see that in yourselves. And hopefully, you know, I can provide some of that hope just by keeping that energy high here. So that's what we're gonna keep doing. That's what internet moms do. You're a good internet mom. Ruby is best internet mama. I can vouch for that. Oh, we're still fighting. I forgot. Oh, no. Oh my goodness. You're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Well, you're more than welcome to share if you would like to, Lily. I've been in those rock and hard place moments. It sucks. You feel like no matter what decision you make, it's gonna be either painful or not ideal in one way or another. Oh, come on, don't hit me like that. Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that. And that's where it stops, because DMCA will strike us down. Oh, is this the link? Is this the link? Oh my god, yes, awesome. Well, I gotta show this. Do 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 do. Oh, you know what I need to do? Yeah, well, I can do that in a sec. Here it is. All right. There. That's the shirt that Sir Smock made for us. Dude, I can't believe I forgot about that. That's awesome. I love that. I forgot that it was green too. Was that because it was like supposed to represent like grass? In 2016. Oh my god. There's no way it's been that long. There's no way. That's crazy. That's wild. I'm sorry. I keep doing that. That's wild. You know, what do you guys think? I think we got to get some merch going around here. We got to represent as LLGs. Help inspire other people to keep their heads up and their hearts strong. What do you say? Oh, it was in our Discord chat. Oh, let's see. Okay, 2016. I'm having to go back a little bit because I know there's reasons why I might have forgotten this and not saved it properly. And I was going through a tough time at that time. Looking back on it, I laugh now. I don't think it was so great back then. But oh man. Okay, well, I am saving this now so that I don't forget it again. Cool. All right. Thanks for shooting that back over to us, man. I appreciate that. All right, give me a sec. I gotta put this up on my my desktop for now. Meow, meow, meow. Cool. All right. There we go. Now I'll never forget again. Thanks, Smock. Appreciate that, buddy. Do it. Do it, says Mashi. So, Lily says, so you guys know Jordan, right? We know of Jordan. Yes. Can't personally say that we know of them, or know them, I mean to say. But yes, we know of them. So I'm starting to have feelings for him and want us to be together. But I'm in a relationship. And I have been for the past 3 months. And the guy that I'm with is amazing. But do I end it and risk things not working out? As he said he was going to be here for a month or two. So I'm just in an odd place. Oh boy. Here we go. We got matters of the heart. All right, chat. Those of you guys who have been in this type of experience before, feel free to engage in this conversation, because I think that all the perspective here can be helpful. So, I mean, I've been there. I've been in that kind of situation before. And so I will say this, just to add context with everything I'm going to say, take with a grain of salt, and understand that I am biased because of my own experience. So, you know, like, I've been through this before where, I was with a person, they were a good person, they were kind, we didn't have problems or anything like that, but they weren't the person that my heart was with. And then the person came along who my heart is with, and it just resonated. It just made sense on a really deep level. I was like, no, this person's the one. This is the person that I need to spend my life with. And, it's been true ever since I made the decision to go with that. However, I have had feelings before where, I've been infatuated with the idea of a person. And I have, let that kind of tarnish a relationship that I was in my past. And I don't think that was the right move to make. And the reason why it tarnished the relationship that I was in the past was because I never really made a decision. It was kind of one of those situations where I was like, I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. I'm afraid of missing out on this relationship that I'm in currently because it seems like it could be good, and I think that I'm happy. But then there's this other person that I'm really drawn to or kind of enamored with, and but if I go with them, then things couldn't work out with them, and then I'm left with nobody. Because I don't even know if they feel that way about me, and even if I did know, then me making that decision also meant that I was going to have to hurt somebody else. Because it kind of sucks, right? To think, I'm gonna leave a person for another person. Like that's, I don't know. There's implications there that don't always look so good and don't always feel so good. So that's a rock and a hard place situation for sure, Lily. So, yeah. What's going on with you and this person that like you're dating? If you don't mind me asking. And again, if there's ever any point where we're like putting you on the spot or I'm asking too personal of questions, absolutely let me know. You do not have to answer. But just kind of want to be there for you and to support you on this. Because yeah, I mean, that's a challenge. You're in a challenging spot right now. So Sir Smock says, if you have to ask this, you already know the answer. I'm a little confused on that, Smock. Can you help us understand like what you mean by that? So Faintest of Hearts asked Lil, do you fall for people easily? And Lily says, yes, I fall easy and fall hard for people. So you have this predisposition to become very drawn to others that you find attractive, and kind of become like enamored with them. Is that right? And then you clarify further, the problem is distance for me and the guy that I'm dating. So the guy that you're with right now, Lily, they live far away from you. Is that right? So yeah, this is a toughie. Nothing's really going on, says Lily. No, we never meet and we are really far apart, but I feel like my relationship's going nowhere. So this kind of adds to it too. like what I'm kind of hearing here with this is that, you know, there's like this potential for something different that might go somewhere. You don't know where, but it could go somewhere further than what you're in right now is going. So kind of what I'm hearing there is that like maybe that's a thought that's kind of crossing your mind, and that's exciting. And then by contrast, thinking about that and then thinking about where you're at now might make you feel like you're kind of stuck in the relationship that you're in right now. Now this is very surface level observation from my perspective as an outsider. You know, you're going to have much more insight into this than I will. So I'm just kind of voicing my thoughts here. I don't know what it is that you and your current boyfriend have. You know, distance is one thing. There's something to be said about physical distance between you and your partner. However, sometimes there's a connection there that's deeper than that physical. You know, some would describe it sometimes as spiritual if you got a really good understanding of one another, and who each other are and how each other feels. Like that's important. If you understand each other emotionally or, you know, intellectually, that can be very important too. So, you know, there's a lot of things that can kind of factor into why you would be connected with a person. What you're expressing right now, it sounds like, you know, you're wishing that there were, like you guys were closer and that you could see more of a future in the relationship that you're in right now. Is that right? All right, so Ruby says, what would you want your partner to do if the situation were reversed? Always treat people how you'd want to be treated. You also have to ask yourself if you could accept the consequences of taking that risk. Ruby brings up some great points here. There's something about relationships that are always important to take into consideration, because decisions that you make that have an impact on the relationships that you're a part of, be they romantic or friends or close relationships like family, if the decision that you're trying to make is going to affect someone else who's tied to you, always think about how their experience might be by trying to employ some empathy, put yourself in their shoes. This is actually great advice because it has simplified a lot of my decisions in those departments throughout my life, where maybe I seemed unsure of what the right answer was, like ethically. And because a lot of times I would think like, well, I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to do anything that's going to make somebody feel terrible. How do I try to avoid doing that? Sometimes we find ourselves in positions where that's unavoidable, but the degree of which we hurt a person and the degree of which we respect people's wishes and emotions makes a difference. So what I'm saying there is like, you can be callous and uncaring and just sort of not tactful in your emotional approach of a decision that you make here, and that can be a really bad thing. And when you hurt someone, when you're not being tactful or not being considerate of their emotions, you can hurt them pretty bad, and that sucks. I think that is an objective wrong thing to do. However, conversely, you can be tactful, you can be, and this isn't to say that you're being like manipulative or underhanded. I mean tactful as in like, I guess respectful is a better term. You can respect the other person's feelings, and by putting yourself in their shoes, trying to take the approach of what you think would be best if you found yourself on the other end of this, and what you think you would respect most in terms of how they approached you with this situation, and then try to mirror that and take that approach with the person, whatever your choice may be. Because at that point, what can happen is like, what decision you make could still hurt the other person. However, the way that they look at you for the decision that you make will be different. It could respect the way that you did it, even if it still hurts them. And maybe they're not going to see that up front, but it will change the way that it impacts them in the long run. It can literally be the difference between scarring someone emotionally and creating deep-seated trust issues that impact them for the rest of their life, versus understanding that sometimes things don't work out because two people just don't click on the level that they hoped to, and that there's still hope for the future. these are very important distinguishments to make when you find yourself in this situation, and simply trying to approach it in a way that respects the other person's emotions can make all the difference in terms of how that plays out after the fact. So yeah, I definitely support what Ruby's saying here. You know, whatever answer you end up coming to, if you keep that in mind, it can make a big difference. You can still make a decision that's right for you, but also isn't destructive to others. Lost said, mind you, my only experience with love ended atomic style. There's like an explosion of feelings that decimated the universe to such a degree that it rebuilt itself on an alternate timeline. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm sorry, Lost. I'm not making light of your situation, I promise. So Sir Smock clarifies on his statement earlier, saying that if you are already questioning it only after 3 months, then either your mind or your heart is telling you something's going on, if that makes sense. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you're already feeling like that kind of cold feet feeling, or like something's wrong within that amount of time, then your mind and your heart are kind of saying that they have reservations about your current relationship. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for clarifying, Smock. And Lil said, I'm scared that if me and Jordan started dating again, and if he goes back to Oregon, I'm back to square one. So this is something that it's a possibility, right? And it's not something you have control over too. This is the one thing that's important to keep in mind is, you know, I think in an ideal world, we like to think that like if we get romantically involved with a person, that like their lives suddenly become like tailored towards ours in some way. Where like, okay, cool, like they're going to prioritize our relationship, which I mean, yes, that should happen to some degree, but you know, whenever you're just starting to get involved with a person, a lot of times that doesn't happen that way. You know, you get involved with a person, you're like, cool, we're dating, like this is nice, you know, we have this romantic relationship, I'm still living my life, you're still living your life, and maybe the path that I choose to take goes away from the path you're choosing to take. You know, what my takeaway would be from that is that, you know, and I hope this doesn't come out the wrong way, but maybe, you know, if that relationship is important enough to you for you to be taking that into consideration, with the context of you're thinking of giving up the relationship that you're in now for this other one, maybe you're putting too much stock in being in a relationship. Does that make sense? Again, I hope it didn't come off in an offensive way, but what I mean by that is that like, it seems like it's pretty important to you to be in a relationship, and the idea of ending the relationship that you're in right now, starting up a new one, and then that one ending, or rather putting you back in the same situation that you're in currently in the relationship that you're already in, being a problem for you. You know, that might be something where it's like it's just hard to put into words. If I were in that situation, I recognize those things, I'd be like, neither one of these are viable relationships for me. Or I might be like, maybe it is important to me, and I'm going to have a conversation with the person that I want to be with and see what their plans for the future are and see if ours line up together, and then make an educated decision based on that. You know, otherwise I would try to, you know, maybe refocus on myself, and figure out why I feel the need to be in a relationship. Like, what is that providing me? Is it security? Is it, you know, something it's like filling a gap of some sort, other than the obvious, you know, I want to be in a relationship and be with somebody, you know, but why do I want that? I'd be asking myself those kinds of questions, because yeah, it doesn't make sense to, you know, uproot and then, you know, get in a relationship with someone else only to be stuck in the same situation down the road. However, there's a lot of things at play there, you know. maybe there's this connection that you actually have with Jordan that's deeper than what you have with who you are with now. However, keep in mind what you said earlier in response to Jin's question. You fall for people hard and easily. So this could just be infatuation as well. I think there's a lot of things to think about here, and you have to kind of ask yourself some difficult, hard-hitting questions and be very honest with yourself what this is. And I say that as a friend who has been there, and as someone who has had this conversation with my own supports and friends in my life too. No one's going to be able to give you the answer to this except for yourself, because no one else is you. No one else is in the position that you're in right now. So we can give you food for thought, which we're doing right now. But ultimately, I think you're going to have to really think about, why you're feeling the way that you're feeling, what the relationships that are on the table in front of you mean to you, and what you want out of a relationship to begin with. And also take into consideration like where you're at in your life and where you want to see your life going, because that, I think, plays a large factor in a healthy and successful relationship too, because that's got to be the core of it. It's a lot, I know. There's a lot of things here. Okay. Let's see, on that note, you can only think of them because at the end of the day, it's you. You have to look at the end of the day. So Sir Smock's saying you got to look at the big picture, basically. Like, yeah, taking a step back so that you can kind of see the whole forest, which you can't see from the trees whenever you're in the thick of it, is an important thing to do. So get yourself some wide perspective by trying to sort of just take a step back and look at it. So, okay, Jordan lives in Oregon. You're in Arkansas. And it's hard because I know Jordan is close, and I'm just thinking how things could have been if the drama hadn't happened. Right, so added context, there was some drama between Lilith and Jordan and a mutual friend of theirs who was harassing Lilith for a while. And the discourse between Lilith and this mutual friend ended up causing a rift between her and Jordan's relationship that they have recently mended. So, that maybe that plays a factor in how you're feeling towards him too, because you guys had to probably have some intimate conversations to, overcome that rift, right? So consider the context of those conversations and consider like what it was that you guys were saying and where these feelings started. Just think about this stuff. If it seems like I'm kind of like trailing off, it's because, I don't have a definitive answer for this. I'm just sort of mirroring what it is that you're telling us, because maybe it sounds different coming out of my mouth than it does coming from your head. In my experience, that's how it works for me. And it helps me just to hear someone else saying it, because sometimes it sheds different light on it. See, I'll just feel bad, says Lilith. I know he said if things didn't work out, we'd be friends, but I'm not sure. Right. Okay, and then Lost said, referring back to his response on peer-to-peer, which this, to those of you guys who are in the Discord server, if you hadn't seen, some of this did come up in peer-to-peer. And if you don't know how peer-to-peer works, it is a place on our Discord server where you can go and share your stories, ask for advice, or just, post what's going on in your life so that other people can kind of like understand a little bit or hear you out and maybe offer their input. Not to tell you what to do, but to just walk beside you, for the sake of supporting one another. So if you ever feel like you need to get some things off of your chest and maybe it's hard to do here, and you would much rather do it in a place like that where you can get multiple perspectives, please feel free to use the peer-to-peer channel and Discord. We're more than happy to hear your stories. So Lost said, my advice is stay faithful or end it. Falling in love with another person's not being unfaithful, but acting on a new love without properly ending your current relationship is. Again, so this kind of comes back to what Ruby was saying earlier too. You know, considering how the other person would feel in your position. You know, what would you want them to do? Or rather, considering how you would feel in the other person's position. So then thinking about what you would want them to do. What would be less hurtful? What would be most respectful? Yes. We can come into these situations and this is okay to feel the way that we are, but definitely make sure that you don't act in a way that is harmful to the other person, in a way that's like, you know, like for instance, like cheating. Cheating is something that can always be avoided. You never have to do that. But you know, people find themselves doing it a lot because they're afraid to walk away from what they're currently in. And they're afraid to let go of what could be, with this other opportunity. And so, you know, that indecision, you know, we kind of try to be like, how can we have both, you know? And that's where these really hurtful decisions can kind of come into play. So Lost is basically advising, just make sure you don't do that. If you're going to go with the other person, make sure you end what you're currently in. If not, you know, then understand that how you feel about this person will impact your current relationship. And so maybe you need to walk away from that relationship, or whatever it is that's going to make your heart feel more secure and allow you to focus on the decision that you have ultimately made, and respect the other person. And then he continues on to say that, you know, be careful that you're not simply chasing what's new and fresh, because what's new and fresh is always exciting, right? And he says that here, all relationships start at a peak and then mellow. And what he means by that, I think, is that a new relationship is something that's very exciting. We're like, whoa, everything's ramping up. It seems like everything's going to be great. It's awesome. You know, it's both people are usually very like engaged and just like hopeful for what's to come, and very into each other. Things are usually very intense early on in a relationship, and then eventually that sort of like plateaus, or starts to fade, and then, you know, you start to get to see what's underneath all of that excitement and who the person is, how they respond to their relationship, you know, how they're actually going to vibe with you, the real stuff, basically. So if you're just chasing that initial like honeymoon phase or honeymoon period, what people call it, then you can get yourself into some trouble when you do that. And then he closes by saying contentment's the ultimate goal of any long-term relationship, not passion. I'll temper that too, saying that passion is important in a relationship, I think, to a degree. You know, you should try to do things to ignite that, but the natural passion that happens initially can be very blinding. And I think that's exactly what Lost is trying to say here, that if you're always chasing that, you're always just going to be chasing what's new, as opposed to grasping onto what's really meaningful. And you might be unable to see what's valuable to you in a relationship because of that, because eventually when that dies down, you're going to start looking somewhere else instead of looking at new ways to appreciate the person that you're with. So yeah, I think very, very good words of wisdom there from Lost too. I like that. Lilith says, I think being in a relationship fills the need to be needed by someone and the need to be emotionally taken care of, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think that we can all relate to that. Like, it's nice to be needed, right? When we're needed, it feels like it gives us like a sense of purpose. There's something that we can provide to someone else, and it seems very tangible to us that we're valuable, because we can, you know, usually pretty intimately see the impact that we're having on someone else's life, which is great. It's very self-gratifying. And so, you know, I think that feeling provides us with self-worth, and that can be very attractive. And then being emotionally taken care of, I mean, yeah, we all have vulnerable moments. We all have points in our lives where like we feel unseen or unheard, and the idea that someone would want to see us, would want to hear us, and then would still want to be by our side, that's super valuable for us. You know, I think we are all looking for that in some capacity. And it doesn't just have to be romantic. You know, a good friendship can provide things on this level too. But for the context of this, I mean, the romantic aspect of it is a much more intimate, sort of like a deeper level of connection, and that provides us something that's unique to the romantic relationships. And so, yeah, these are both natural things to want. I think most of us can agree that, like, yeah, this kind of are things that I want too. So it's okay to feel that way. And I don't think that those are bad things. The reason I asked that question is because, you know, sometimes the desire to get those needs met becomes the focus. And, you know, we talked about executive dysfunction earlier and how, operationalizing our goals, meaning laying out the roadmap to how we achieve the end result that we're looking for, goes by the wayside. And we think that, you know, it's just the right person. If we find the right person who can fulfill these needs, it'll just work. And whenever we are met with new and exciting people that we kind of become infatuated with, I think our brains naturally make this connection that's just like, oh, we're so into this person that they are going to fulfill that need for us. And we kind of don't think about, well, but how? You know, how is this person going to fulfill that need for us? If being in a relationship means that you like to feel needed by someone and you want to be emotionally taken care of, we have to think about why we want those two things and what that provides for us. Like, why is that satisfying? You know, do we feel like we need to be needed by someone because we don't feel like we are currently like a necessary part of the world? Is it a self-esteem thing? You know, do we feel like we don't provide value in our life already? And if that's the case, what are some other ways that we can find that fulfillment where the relationship's not just trying to fill a personal void in our lives, but is rather enhancing this part of our life? Because placing all of that into a relationship and the other person having to fill that void forever is a lot of pressure, and it can become toxic down the road. And, you know, that kind of collapses in on itself. You know, but figuring out where that need comes from and what it takes to fulfill it and why we want it fulfilled to begin with, can help us make informed decisions on our partners as well. And then, you know, the need to be emotionally taken care of, I think that's a pretty natural thing, from my perspective, where, yeah, we want to be seen, we want to be heard, and we want to be cared for because human connection is important to us. And it feels like, you know, we matter. So again, asking that question, what does that look like? How would I want someone to provide that to me? And why do I want someone to provide that to me? And why do I want to be taken care of emotionally? Where does that come from? And then what does that look like for me? You know, I hope I'm not deviating too far away from the matter at hand, which is, I know you not really knowing whether you should stick in your current relationship or try to pursue Jordan. But I think all of these things play into that decision ultimately, and that's kind of why I want to talk about it a little bit. The Faintest of Hearts said that they'd been there before, and they felt that I was like, you know, it was maddening because they kept falling for people and forever finding faults in the people that they dated. And this is cliche, but once I loved myself, says Jen, and gave myself the emotional comfort, I was able to fully love another without that fear. And I will second that too, because it's very true. It's something that's been coming up a lot lately, actually, in conversations. But we seek so much from other people in romantic relationships, so we feel like we need to be loved, we need to be cared for. And the easiest route to achieve that seems to be by getting it from other people. But what happens is if we're not giving that to ourselves and we don't know how to provide that to ourselves, then the other person, they need to provide that to themselves as well. And they can become depleted and become unable to provide that to you over the long run. Or, you know, maybe they are consistently able to provide that to you, but then they are unable to provide it to themselves, and then they become unhappy. And we see this happen with people where they get locked into this cycle of relationships that just keep, falling apart, and they don't understand why. Why does this keep happening? We care about each other. We did for a long time, and still just it went down in flames. Why is this happening? Most of the time, I think it happens because we're not caring for ourselves. And when we learn to do that, the cool thing that happens is that when we form a romantic relationship, we are already fulfilling a need in ourselves to be loved. We are already fulfilling a void that we used to have, that we used to rely on other people to fill, that now this person that we have, that we love and we care for, doesn't have to fill anymore. And I'm going to use the word I used earlier, which is enhance. Instead of filling that void, they're enhancing your need to be loved, in fulfilling that. It's not all on them, which means that they can focus their energies also on themselves, which is important. Like in a relationship, we should be able to divert energy to ourselves and to our partner. And when we can't do that, things usually self-destruct, because it's really difficult to just solely live your life and for someone else and not take yourself into consideration at all. Bad things can happen. You lose your sense of self, your identity goes out the window, you go through existential crises, you get depressed. It can get really difficult. And I know that anybody who's ever loved another person does not want the person that they love to go through that. And maybe some of us here have gone through that personally, where we have been that person that experienced that because we were giving so much of ourselves to somebody else. And we know that that's not good for us either. So yeah, I totally second what Jen is saying here too. And I know I'm a bit behind on chat, but I think that everybody's sharing really good insight here. And so I want to take time to highlight it. So feel free to keep sharing. People are coming in and out and saying, like just coming into this discussion, and I'm not getting to you right away. Just know that I'm trying to, we're focusing on this discussion. I want to make sure that I get to each person who's offering their insight on this, because it is valuable. And thank you guys for sharing. I think you're helping our friend out very well here. So CJ validates this thought too that we just said, saying that, I found that the feeling of needing to be needed many times means that you need to put some time into loving yourself first. Yeah. And it takes a lot of patience. You really need to be super ultra honest with yourself. Yes. Which, it seems simple, but god dang it if that's not really difficult to do. It's way harder than it sounds. And it really does just amount to taking a lot of serious, truthful time with yourself and reflecting on your feelings and what your thoughts are. Agent Pie said, my girlfriend's finally learning to love herself after a long time of looking down on herself and being in toxic, plenty relationships. Yeah. And this is so common. It's so common. And I want to highlight that it's very common for this to take place, because I don't want anybody to feel like something is wrong with them if they've been in that position, that they've gotten themselves into a toxic relationship, or even if you've been the toxic one in the relationship. The way this happens is because of everything that, we were talking about and we've been talking about. Most of the time, it just comes from these needs that we have in ourselves that we're fulfilling in the wrong ways. We're looking outside of ourselves to find that fulfillment rather than providing it to ourselves from within. It sets an impossible precedent for someone else to meet, because no one else can satisfy us the way that we can satisfy ourselves. And I know how chat is. You're going to get weird with it, but listen. Think about what I'm saying, and I mean that like in a spiritual sense and emotional sense. Like no one knows ourselves better than we know ourselves. And with that in mind, how can we ask someone else to provide for us something so intimate that when they can't possibly understand exactly what that should look like? You know, when we think of it that way, it's kind of an unfair request. And I don't think most of us are expecting or are viewing it as us making an unfair request when we choose to love someone or ask them to love us. Because we're just like, no, I just love them and I want them to love me too. You know, you don't want them to, you're not necessarily asking them to do that for you, but in a way we kind of are subconsciously, because we don't know how to give that to ourselves. And if we don't know how to give that to ourselves, no one else is going to know how to give that to us either. Because guess what? Everyone outside of ourselves is going to look to us to provide insight and answers into how to love you properly. Like, we are the best guides and can provide the best roadmaps to people outside of ourselves as to what our needs are. And if we don't know what that looks like, if we haven't drawn that map, we're not going to be able to provide good directions, you know? And so it's important to take that time with ourselves. Lost, awesome. I'm glad that I translated that well. All right, Ruby, thank you so much for being here and for your support, for helping out Lil and providing your insight, and just for spreading the positive vibes and the love all around. If maybe you've already stepped out, but if you haven't, I hope you see this and know that we love you very much. And thank you so much for being here and sharing your story and being part of ours. I'm glad you're our friend. I'm glad you're our friend. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Keep your head up and your heart strong. I know you're going through time too. Feel free to reach out if you ever want to. I'm here, you know? All right. You take care of yourself. You can long type again. We're gonna get bombarded by lostisms. I'm long typing on mobile regardless. I won't tell your boss, CJ. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Lilith, I hope this, I just want to put out there, I hope this doesn't sound like I'm talking at you or that we're talking at you. I saw your message. You said that, you know, it's good to help you see both sides of the situation. And I'm glad that you're getting something out of this. I just want to, you know, clarify that, you know, I don't think any of us are trying to tell you what to do. We're just providing some insight. And I think, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here and speak for everybody. We're pretty confident that you're going to be capable of making a good decision for yourself. But you know, we're just sharing to sort of add some more perspective to it. So I hope at no point you're feeling like we're just like, Lil, you gotta not do this and you gotta do this, because it's not ever what this is. Okay, cool. I'm very glad. Lost said, for me, my one experience with love ended up with that person using me as validation and emotional support. But the issue was that they were, in my opinion, incapable of doing the same, leading me to be used up, and when I needed understanding, it caused a great deal of issues, for which we both contributed to it. So if you're seeking support, I know that it has to be two ways, or the other person will collapse under the stress of supporting you in themselves with no outside input or stability. Yes, Lost goes and explains further like what I was saying too there. That's exactly it. And it's fair. It's something that really nobody teaches us. Most of us have to learn this through experience, and I think a lot of us go through relationships like again and again and again, and we don't really understand this because it's not explained to us. It's something that we kind of have to figure out by sitting with ourselves. And if we're not the type of person that sits with ourselves and we just move on to the next thing, we have the thought of like, I don't understand why this didn't work. And then we just move forward instead of like trying to answer that question and think about it and figure out, oh, what's going on here? What happened? Reflect on it. Then we're not able to figure that out. And then we'll keep repeating these cycles. And so, you know, it's difficult. It's really difficult. I think most of us learn these lessons the hard way and go through a lot of heartache to get there. Which is why I value these conversations so much, because it allows us to share these experiences with each other, maybe even before people have to go through all that heartbreak and heartache. And, you know, not only can we set better examples for each other and reflect on where we've been, but hopefully, you know, we can help other people to not have to hurt as much as well, which is the goal here, I think. You know, that's what support's all about. Yin, what's going on? Welcome back home. You came in the middle of just a fantastic discussion. We're talking about relationships and stuff right now, and we're trying to support Lil in a little bit of a dilemma that she found herself in. Lil says, I have a hard time being honest with myself because of an ex who was emotionally, physically, mentally, and verbally abusive. Okay. So, you know, we've got traumas here and difficult experiences in our past that, you know, have sort of created these, I'm not going to call them barriers because barriers seem like something that we can't get past. I'm going to call them hurdles because we can figure out how to jump over or overcome hurdles. So these experiences that you had with an ex where you went through abuses have created hurdles in your life that make it difficult for you to be honest with yourself. It sounds like what you went through sort of made it to where you couldn't feel like you could trust yourself or your own judgment or perceptions, which I'm really sorry to hear that that's happened. I understand what that feels like too, and it's very disillusioning, and it makes it difficult for you to even not just trust yourself, but to even recognize what your own thoughts and feelings actually are. In those types of situations and relationships, I think that a lot of times we end up trying to mirror other people's thoughts and other people's emotions because that seems to be the only thing that is being validated. And so when our own thoughts and feelings come into play, most of the time they get discredited, or in a situation, other people are trying to prove them wrong. And if there's a lot of struggle and resistance there, then sometimes as a matter of survival, we choose the path of least resistance because we're just trying to get through it. And that sucks. I hate to hear that happens, but I know that it happens. And that makes sense that might be why you hold on to people. Because again, anybody out there who's listening to this right now, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist or anything like that. So take everything that I have to say with a grain of salt. Know that it is only my opinion, nothing more. And I'm just another person who is providing my perspective based on what I'm hearing, seeing, and what I've experienced. When Lil says that, I think that's why I hold on to people. To me, that makes sense because, you know, if you've sought that validation, that comfort, and that security in like the other person's experience, and that's been the way that you've had to sort of survive in a relationship, that's kind of like what you know. I'm not going to say that's all you know, but that's what you know the most, and that's what makes sense. So it would be natural that, you know, holding on to the person being the main objective in that relationship is kind of what you go for. And so finding yourself in these rock and hard place situations that you're in, like right now, it makes sense how that would come about. Because like in your mind, it's like, I need to hold on to the relationship. The relationship is important. Me being in the relationship is kind of everything. And if I'm not, then that's, I don't know how to deal with that. Like, that's impossible. That can't happen. And I hope I'm not sounding like it makes you like totally helpless or anything, because you could definitely handle that. But I think what I'm trying to highlight is the feeling, the self-talk that happens in our brain when we're faced with these situations that motivates us to just try to just latch on and hang on for dear life. So Yin, I'm gonna come back to your question of the day response here in a few, but I've got a note of it right here. Thank you so much for sharing. I'll jump on it in just a sec, okay? Hey, whoa, Brotherhood. I haven't seen your name in the chat in so long. What's going on? Welcome back home, buddy. How have you been? Yeah, you went ghost from Twitch? What happened, man? You came in, by the way, in the middle of a pretty deep discussion here. We're talking about relationships. We're trying to help our friend Lil out. with a dilemma that she's found herself in, being in a current relationship and a prospective new relationship where she's trying to kind of decide which one of these she should go with and which and why. So that's what we're talking about right now. But man, it's good to see you again. It has been a long time, like 3 years. Dude. Man, 3 years and 7 months. That has been a while. All right, Vin, have a wonderful night, my friend. Keep your head up and your heart strong out there. Again, man, you're gonna nail that driving test when you finally get around to it. Keep doing all that's gonna make you feel more comfortable and better about approaching that test, and know that I believe in you. All right? When you're doubting yourself, remember you got support from afar here on the fence, okay? We're rooting for you, buddy. You take care. You can blow up a barrier, says Loz. You remind me of a jackass from Nier Automata. You can use a wrecking ball, but that's less fun. I don't know if it's less fun. Still sounds pretty fun. So I saw your reminder earlier, Mashi, about drinking. And I was like right in the middle of the conversation. So thank you for the reminder. I didn't mean to ignore it. I just wanted to finish my thought, but I'm finishing up my drink now. I have to go get some water pretty soon. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I am going to get to Yin the Winter Wolf's question of the day response. So again, if you haven't done so already, please feel free to take a look at the question of the day in the upper right hand corner of the screen. And if you can't read that, no problem. Go ahead and type in !QOD in the chat. You can pull that question up and see, what the topic of the day is. So today I'm asking everybody, what do you consider to be your best qualities, and how do you feel like these qualities enrich your life? Very excited to hear your guys' responses today. Please feel free to share your story and be part of ours. Yin's response is they feel like their best qualities would be let's see. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna read it off here. They say, a positive reflect question. That's honestly hard. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how trying to reflect on ourselves positively is very difficult for a lot of us? Because we don't get much experience with it, I'm glad you came in today, Yin. Get an opportunity. So Yin continues to say, I'd have to say that my kindness being one of my best qualities, which comes in multiple forms, such as just platonic flirting with people who are cool with it, and I enjoy making people happy and smile, even for a brief second. It can help people a lot. This has let me meet some really fun and awesome people, and I meet people who, when I make them smile, it makes me smile. Yeah, that's awesome. So you're saying that, you feel like one of your best qualities is your ability to make people happy, make people smile, and to make these connections with people. And the way it enriches your life is that whenever you get to meet awesome people, because this allows you to build connections with people. And then 2, it makes you smile because you get to see them smile. Their happiness brings happiness into your life. That is awesome. That's very fulfilling. Thank you for sharing. I love that. I'm very much a supporter of, man, if you just do a small thing that's positive for someone else, it can really make their day. I use the example of just giving someone a compliment on their shirt a lot, because I've seen it, man, like so many times, whether it's at the movie theater, at the store, walking down the block, in a parking lot, you see someone and, maybe they catch your eye for some reason, whether it's something that they're wearing, something that's just like significant about them, like their tattoos, or the way that they carry themselves, or the way they talk, or something, or maybe something that's in their demeanor, whatever it is. You take the time to go out of your way just a little bit, just be like, hey, I really like this thing about you. I think that's cool. It makes a difference. And sometimes it's a really big difference. How many of you guys out there walk around feeling like you're not seen? Maybe you're expressing yourself all the time through your sense of style, through the music you listen to, through the, you know, oh, I already said style. I guess that encompasses like clothes you wear and jewelry and stuff like that. But like just by expressing your interests, and how many people don't even acknowledge it. Doesn't it feel good when someone just acknowledges it? I think so. And you know what? Just like Yen the Winter Wolf is talking about here, just by going out of my way just a little bit, just to acknowledge what people have going on. I've had some really cool conversations, met some awesome people, and seen a lot of smiles come as a result of it. The thing that's coming to my mind right now is Jen and I went to the mall a few months ago, and we went to, what was it called? Oh, the King of Prussia Mall. It's the second biggest mall in the United States. And we're in this store, and you know, we're doing some clothes shopping, and Jen had picked out an outfit and was checking out, and this guy had just like awesome tattoos. They're like some Final Fantasy tattoos, and I was like, what? That is awesome. And I pointed him out, and I was like, that's really cool, man. Like, I love your ink. And he was so nice. He was just like, oh, thank you. That's so awesome. Like, these games were important to me, and so talked about it a little bit, and you know, just shared some stuff about himself, and then was really friendly to us. And it just, you know, I could tell it made his day. And even if it wasn't the highlight of his day, it didn't matter. It was something that was positive that happened because, you know, we just sort of took a little bit of time to do that. And I think that is huge. That makes the difference for my life. Like, it made me feel pretty good. But also, I think about it whenever anybody says anything about me when I'm out and about. They give me a little compliment or something like that. I'm like, oh, thank you. You know, like, it's super cool. Nobody has to do those things. People make conscious choices to do those things. And the idea that they would do that just to be kind, I think that provides a lot of hope in humanity. Which, it's 2021. I think all of us are feeling a little bit of a hope shortage. Am I right? So it's good. It's good to get it where we can get it and give it where we can too. Did you say rub your keyboard all over that question of the day? What does that mean? Smock, dude, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Smock says, alrighty, man, I gotta get ready for my stream. And I'm glad I stopped by for my friend. And I'll be around more. If you have time after your stream, I'd love if you stopped by. Totally, man. That sounds great. I would love to. Guys, if you haven't done so already, go check out Sir Smock. Show him some love and support. Give him a follow. You know what it is to be an LLG. We try to keep ourselves connected here and help each other out. And, you know, this is just an easy way to do it. Sir Smock is an awesome person, been a longtime supporter and friend of the fence, and he deserves some love. We got a caster command out there for you. Oh, you were playing some Grand Theft Auto 5. Oh, man. It's amazing to me how relevant that game continues to be. But they're putting it on the current console generation too, aren't they? What does that make it, like 3 or 4 console generations it's on? Yes, I think 3. It's a lot. Yeah, Sir Smock, you have a wonderful stream, my friend. Kick some butt. I hope you have a great time. And yes, we will definitely see each other, man. If you're still on whenever we're off, you might be seeing some more of us. We'll see. Happy streaming, my friend. Isn't that game like 8 years old now? Yeah, Lucy. It's an old one. And it's still holding up. It's like the Skyrim of sandbox games. It's bananas. Let's see. So, Mashi, I didn't really get the context of what you said earlier. You said, like, that's why I don't like to reflect on things. What did you mean by that? And Agent Pie said, one thing my girlfriend's therapist does when she's having trouble with what to do when it comes to keeping someone in your life is to make a list of pros and cons. Pros and cons lists are great. I think they're helpful for a lot of things that we have indecision around. No matter what they are. I think they help us kind of like take that step back that I was talking about earlier and look at objective things. What is good about this? What is bad about this? You know, oh, cool. you know, we can easily see that it's leaning in one way or the other. Helps us make a decision. Of course, every once in a while, it's going to be kind of like even, right? And that still makes it challenging. But then we can measure the value of the pros and the value of the cons in our lives, which still makes it easier than when we don't have that mapped out. Yeah, it's a good technique. I learned that in therapy too, actually. It's a good one. I do it a lot. Lost says, I feel like I'm seeing too much. You're seeing too much? What does that look like, man? Lil says, me, I sometimes feel like I'm not seen. Oh, man. Yeah, well, you're in the right place to be seen, Lil. All we want to do here is help people feel seen. I say that's all we want to do. We want to do a lot of other stuff too, but like, that's important to us here. Yeah. I'm glad that you keep sharing art. I'm glad that you keep sharing like the food that you end up enjoying, or, you know, like pets and style that you're working on, and you know, all that stuff. I think it's awesome. Which, by the way, guys, if you aren't doing so already and you would like to, we have an IRL channel in Discord. You're more than welcome to share things that you're doing, places that you've been, or even just a nice smile, because we love to see those too. Made my day when you commented on my cool shirt when I posted that selfie. Yeah, it was cool. Like I said, you got a pretty cool sense of style. I have to go back and double check what that shirt was, because I'm forgetting it at the moment. What was it? Was it I think it was the blue one that you were wearing. Yeah, just the colors were awesome. One, I love that hue of blue, and yellow just popped on it. It's pretty neat. Let's see. Remix said that reflecting on things can be hard, and that is the reason why I don't like to reflect on things at all, if that makes sense to you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does make sense to me. But what I'm hearing there is that you don't like to reflect on it because it's difficult to do, and so you'd rather avoid difficult things. As your buddy, I would encourage you to face into difficult things, even though I know it's easier said than done. Main reason being is because, like, I know that's where a lot of growth happens. It's not always pleasant. It's not always easy. But I think it becomes easier whenever we expose ourselves to it and try, you know? Don't be afraid to slip up or trip a little bit. It's okay. Especially around here. You got people who are going to help pull you back up on your feet. Thanks for clarifying, man. That's right. It was the streamer merch you had. Yeah, that's cool stuff. We got to get on that streamer merch here now that we're talking about it again. All right. So I know we totally put like a big pause here on the game, but it's important. You know, we had a good conversation going on here. Thank you for everybody who was being supportive of Lil's situation and offering their insight and advice and perspectives on relationships and self-care and self-love. And I really appreciate that. You guys were super helpful. Also, you guys are so damn smart. You should give yourselves a pat on the back. Everybody that's in chat right now should. You guys are rock stars. All right, come back over here real quick. Meow. I thought this thing was gonna go into like sleep mode or something for a second. Did not. We're still fighting these guys. Sometimes it dawns on me how much time passes when we get into these conversations, and we jump back to the game, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that one thing is still happening. It's been happening for so long. Can you imagine if it was all just part of real life and the situation was just really drawn out for that long? Getting too meta with it. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Ah! We talk. That's what we do. You're goddamn right. That's what we do. Okay. So we're on our way back to the village. We eventually need to go back to the desert as well, because we have to catch sandfish. That's a Joel Haver animation waiting to happen. It absolutely is. I love that guy's videos. He's so funny. He's so funny. If you guys haven't seen him yet, I mean, they're getting pretty popular, so you probably have if you spend some time on YouTube watching funny stuff. But Joel Haver, or Haver, I don't know how you pronounce it, but he makes comedy videos, but he's been making these like animations that are like if video games were treated kind of like how they would be if they were playing by like real life rules, like what they would look like. And oh man, they're all so funny. It's ridiculous. All right, I could fight all those things. I'm not gonna do it right now. If you get any bigger, you're sure to hit the ceiling. Not that kind of growth, Moshi. All right, Lil, enjoy your shower. Chickens, give me your eggs. Oh, we got a giant egg. What you talk about, man? Red paint? What's the deal with that? Oh, okay. All right, so the guy that we need to talk to here is... Where was he? I think he was with the pigs, right? He noticed the giant shade that was out by the bridge that we killed, so we're gonna go talk to him. Pigman! Hey, I did the thing. The deed is done.
One memory alloy.
Oh, crap.
10 titanium.
Sorry, man. You're the wrong man. I need a 1 memory alloy, 10 titanium titans, and 1,500 shoelaces incinerated with a small fire underneath the tree in a shady meadow. Where the heck was this person? Oh, maybe the quest log will tell us. Bridge in peril. Oh, you know what? I bet you it was a guard. Nier was kind of spreading the red paint, the blood. Yes, he was.
You hadn't saved the village.
Nope, it's not you. Is it you? Nope, it's not you. Oh man, who asked us to do this? Ugh. Nier can express his disgust.
We'll keep the village. Oh, I would.
Oh, damn it. Okay, wait. Where was this guy? Would he be like in the middle of the village itself? I really thought it was a guard. We got Fisher person. Nope. Nope. Ugh, dodge rolling. Ugh, running. Ugh, questing for people. What was that? What was that one clip that Tanner took that one day where I had said ugh at like an inappropriate time in the game dialogue? Oh, I remember now. Ugh, saving the world. Yeah, it was up here. We're talking to this girl at the tree who was talking about how her boyfriend died, and I was just like, ugh. That was in bad form. I'm the peer support streamer, but apparently I'm frustrated when people lose loved ones in video games. A bad take. Oh, Red Bag Man, help me.
Another day, another fight with the wife over some stupid little thing. I tell you, work's been so busy lately, we're always getting into a scrap about something. Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
So this is new, I feel like. The Red Bag Man stuff, having like the extra context on it. One, I think like the dinner scene. I don't remember that in the original Nier Replicant. And the dialogue that happens when we're talking to him for fast traveling, I don't remember that either. And I actually think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, because I know you've played through this. I don't think that the Red Bagman was the guy who handled fast travel in the original. I think it was just some generic NPC guy. Which I think that this is pretty cool. He's new.
Mom
Okay.
said I can't play outside the shopping district.
Oh. Did your mom tell you where this guy's giving the quest from? 'Cause God dang it. Is it you? No. No.
Curse these tired old bones.
I won't. I am so confused. Help me, blacksmith.
Welcome. We've got some new weapons.
I don't know where he is.
Blacksmiths always do well in times like
It's the guy who had asked us to go and kill the shade that was attacking the bridge. And I'm starting to wonder if he wasn't here. I swore he was here. Devil will help.
Oh, you want a different job? Which job should I give you first?
It's called Bridge in Peril. The Masterless Lighthouse. Oh, wait a minute.
Got a job from Seafront if you aren't too busy. It's a guy looking for something. Look, just go ask him, all right?
Okay.
I wrote down the client's location on your map, so head over there to get the details.
Oh, Seafront, though. Oh my good gosh.
I knew it. This is what I was
Wait a minute. Do we, where's our map? We're supposed to go to the Northern Plains, but for what? The Northern Gate Guard? I talked to him.
It's been 5. I had the Shadow Lord in my...
Chin up, friend. If you're getting depressed, then
Oh my goodly goulash. Yeah, I talked to him. Is he outside? He's on the grass. Oh. He's Hi, Emil. Oh, okay. Let's try this again. Oh my God, there he is. God dang it. I thought you were Pigman.
We killed the Shade at the bridge.
my daughter is dead.
Thank you.
She passed while you were gone.
Oh.
Here, take this money. I won't be needing it anymore.
Man, that sucks. 30,000 gold. Oh, dude. Wait a minute, what does that mean? That's so much gold. At first I interpreted that as he had been holding on to it for like his daughter, but that's like life savings kind of money for these people. Don't do it, man. Don't do anything wild. Oh, this poor guy.
Why have the gods cursed us?
Oh, man. I didn't get it. So his daughter was attacked by the Shade. And I think she ended up getting the Black Scrawl. But I can't quite remember. Oh, man, that sucks, though. I did not get a weapon. No. Okay. So that one's done. We've got the Fisherman's Gambit. We know where to get that. This is the one where we need all the titanium alloy. Oops. Life in the Sands is the pink moonflower seeds. Oh, we need a crystal. I cannot remember where we get the crystal. All right, machine oil and eggplant. So that means that I think we have to go back to the junk heap. Not for the eggplant, but for the machine oil. The Despicable Man. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. Actually, we need to do this quest line. This is such a good one. Okay, so the Despicable Man quest line is the one where, you know, this woman asked us to look for her boyfriend. It sent us over to the Forest of Myth. And we went to the Forest of Myth and talked to the guy, and he was like, yeah, I know that guy who's wore that gold necklace. He ran off with my wife. And they had like an affair. And it kind of sounded like the wife returned to him, but like he can't even look at her anymore. Their relationship is just screwed. But then the man traveled to Seafront. So we gotta go back to Seafront and see what this terrible dude is up to and track him down. What a butthole. All right, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna fast travel there. Why the hell not? We'll give you the 30,000 gold reward and Labyrinth's Whisper. I think I have. Oops, Labyrinth's Whisper. Yeah, I didn't get it from him. Oh, I bought it. That's what happened. That's why he didn't give it to us. I'm the fool. I wasted like 17K on it, if I remember right.
My room might look messy, but it's not. Everything is exactly where it's supposed to be. It's all intentional. Why doesn't she understand?
Yeah, why doesn't she get that?
Anyway, enough about me. If you got a place to be, let me know and I'll take you there.
I love this guy. He's so relatable. Wants his room to be messy. What the heck? All right, let's go to Seafront. You know, all of the journal entries from Yona hit different at this stage of the game, don't they? And those of you guys who don't remember, or maybe you weren't here, one phase of the game ended where Nier was young, and it ended with Yona being abducted by the Shadow Lord. And so it's 5 years have passed where we have not been able to save her, and we're still trying to. Okay, so this guy, he's got to be here somewhere. I bet this dude with the runes above his head knows. But how do we see back? Like that.
Oh, it's you. I've heard a great many stories about you. Making quite the name for yourself,
What are you going on about, resident?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, no need to be so modest. After all, I may have a job for someone with your particular talents.
I'm listening.
I need you to retrieve 3 crates of particular import from a ship that was wrecked at sea.
Sounds intriguing.
This cargo has likely washed ashore on all the far-flung corners of the world, so it will be a task of some difficulty. Can I count on your assistance?
It doesn't sound hard, necessarily, but it does sound tedious. I better do it.
Sure, no problem.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Oh, and whatever you do, you must not unseal the cargo.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Now I'm curious. Why can't I open it?
I was shipping some rather unique products. If you were to see them, it might place me in something of a dilemma.
Was it drugs? You smuggling drugs?
Hey, it's your money. You don't want me to look? Fine.
This old lady's smuggling drugs.
Did you see that huge ship? I want to explore it.
I'm after the contraband. Hey, you seen any drugs?
Excuse me, sir?
Who you calling sir? My hair is way too pretty to be a sir.
You mean me?
Yes, yes. People have been talking. They say you're a very adept freelance agent. I'm a jeweler by trade, you see, and I'm currently in search of a precious gem known as the Mermaid Tear.
The Mermaid Tear? You have to find Ariel's sadness?
Have you ever heard of it?
I don't know much about jewelry, sorry.
Well then, let me tell you. I believe the tear to be located somewhere in this very town. I know I'm close, so very close.
This seems like more than just a business transaction for you.
You see to the core of me, sir. The Mermaid Tear is one of my family's most precious heirlooms. My uncle was the previous possessor, but upon his death some 50 years ago, the jewel vanished without a trace.
There's something about the way that she's explaining this story that just doesn't sound very sincere. Oh, Oru! How are you doing? Welcome back home. I'm happy to see your username here. What's going on? Yeah! Woo woo! That is awesome. It's so nice to see you.
During the course of my research, I discovered that he once sent the jewel to this very town.
Yeah. I see you every once in a while on Twitter, and I'm just like, I hope Oru's doing good. It has been too long. For a few reasons, I'm sure. You know, I just started getting back into streaming after a couple months because life was just going really wild and I had a lot to do, so I had to kind of take a break for a little bit, but you actually came back at a great time. I'm gonna be streaming more often now. I'm starting off going twice a week, Thursdays and Saturdays at 5. And I'm trying to get to the point where we're doing Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So, you know, hopefully we'll be seeing more of each other. That's awesome. Yes, Eastern. Ah. Oh, well, Oru, you don't have to, but the fact that you choose to makes me very happy. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Well, if it's that important, I'd be willing to help.
1,000 thank yous, good sir. The assistance of a local such as yourself will surely make the search that much more fruitful.
Why do I hate this woman? Am I the only one who feels this way? If I am, I'm gonna feel bad, but this is like... I'm getting a bad vibe.
Not a problem.
Ah. 1,000 thank yous, me good sir. 'Tis a precious family heirloom, my good sir. None but a great benefactor such as yourself could provide to me this sentimental trinket of immeasurable value, my good sir.
Hey, I know you. You're that kid who takes any job, no matter how weird or demeaning.
Oh no, that's not a good reputation to have.
Not really how I'd phrase it, but okay.
I've got a merchant ship that needs some repairs. Think you can round up some materials for me? I need 5 logs, 20 deaded metal boards, and 10 stretch bolts. I'd ask if you're up for it, but I know you are.
That chuckle had serious bad mod vibes. Dang it.
That hardly seems necessary. A trading business, huh?
Is something the matter?
No, it's just that... Well, I've never left this area. It's got me wondering what it would be like to visit another country.
Huh.
I'd love to take Yona on a trip like that sometime.
And someday you shall.
I will. I'm sure of it.
Ah, Vice is very supportive. Oh, the ankles! That's how we're gonna lure him in. Oh, Oru, I'm sorry to hear that you're sorting through like a rough patch. Well, you know, if you ever feel like sharing and you just want to talk it out, you're more than welcome to here. But I hope that things get better.
That's 5 logs, 20 dented...
Look, fine. I don't need to listen to you list it all off again. Oh, okay. Hello.
I gave that man my boat when I retired, although I wasn't expecting much. But he surprised me by working hard and not complaining at all.
Seems like just yesterday you could catch endless amounts of fish here. But now you can go an entire day without so much as a nibble.
The fish are scared of the shades too. Just chilling. Just chilling like a villain.
Hey, good to see you again. Looks like you're feeling better.
What have you been doing for fun lately, Oru? Or are you like, do you have any goals that you're like striving for right now? Or what's happening? Yeah. Yeah, of course, Oru. Well, just so you know, none of that stuff is ever taking away from our good time. We play video games to have fun, and it's like a good medium, like for an icebreaker, kind of help keep things casual and comfortable. But, we just got done with a conversation where we're supporting our friend Lilith about stuff that she was going through, and, it was no problem. Didn't bring the mood down or anything like that. It's what we do. You know how it is here on The Fence. It's what it's all about. So, I understand wanting to keep your energy high, so don't feel pressured, but also, don't let the fear of dragging things down keep you from opening up to if that's what you want to do, because you never have to worry about that here. Okay?
I can't give up on my dream that easily. Seasickness is terrible, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You don't have sleeves. This man has no sleeves.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for one, I'm working on my own herbal cure.
Is it drugs? Is he in cahoots with the old woman in the Fountain Plaza?
It's a bit of a work in progress, though. I'm not totally sure about the ingredients.
I see.
Hey, I don't suppose you'd mind getting an ingredient for me, would you?
Apparently not. I'll do everything, so...
You can buy it from the Strange Things store in Facade.
Of course I can.
I wouldn't ask, but you're the only guy I know who can get in there.
All roads lead to the Strange Things store. All right.
Sure, I can do that.
Great. The item I need is a mandrake leaf. Thanks so much.
You got it, buddy. We're gonna go find a mandrake leaf. And a womandrake leaf. Okay. You're getting into possibly recording for content and editing? Oh, cool. That sounds awesome. What kind of content do you want to make? Feeling super creative lately, says Oru. So I'm also crafting a lot of things. I'm wanting to pick up a camera again to get back to professional. Professional. I don't know what happened. I broke. Professional photography. That's great. Man, so cool. I feel like a lot of people have been trying to do photography stuff lately. Like not just like IRL photography, but I've seen people getting into like digital photography and games and stuff like that too lately. It's awesome. I love it. What kind of photography do you want to do? Like nature stuff or people or cityscapes, and there's all sorts of things out there. I'm happy to hear you're being so creative lately. That's cool. When it hits you, it's just like an infectious bug, huh? You're just like, oh yeah, I just gotta do it. Just gotta do it. Gotta make stuff. Gotta create things.
The mermaid tier. Never heard of it. The lighthouse lady would have been the one to ask. She knew everything about precious stones.
The lighthouse lady? She's gone now. Huh. Yeah, I second what Mashi said too. Feel free to share your creative endeavors in Discord. We'll celebrate with you. Never played this game before, but it feels so relaxing to listen to the music and watch the story unfold. Yeah, honestly, this game's music's amazing. Even more so in this version of it too. Because they like re-recorded everything and like added stuff to it. It's beautiful. I think the Nier games have some of the best soundtracks in all of games.
That old woman, is it?
Yep.
Perhaps a visit to her home is in order.
Okay, well, let me save real quick, because I haven't done that in a while. And then we're gonna take a trip to the lighthouse. Music is the language of your soul, and you're in good company then. I feel like a lot of us here resonate with that. Nier Automata, yeah. Oh man, I've kind of been just wanting to play that game again too. Nier is on the brain. I could probably play... What? Excuse me? What the heck is this? Yep, definitely don't remember this. Since when is there a big boat? Okay. What do we do?
Hey, this is one of the pieces of cargo that washed ashore.
What do we do, chat? You want to pick it up without looking inside? She asked us not to. Or we're gonna take a peek. And take a peek inside here. You know, this ship is so weird. This was not in the original version of this game. No peeking? No peeking? Ah, you guys no fun. All right, fine. Fine. We won't look inside. We'll be good boys.
She doesn't want us looking inside, so we better not.
CJ. So, let me get down to work. I have creative endeavors to show. And boy, does he. He does some cool stuff. Hey, do you have anything new to share in terms of your 3D modeling? You take photos of everything, Aru? I love that sentiment. There's beauty in all things.
A wise choice.
Absolutely.
Rifling through the possessions
Absolutely.
of others is a vulgar habit.
I would love to see some of your photography sometime. So that's why I didn't remember the ship. Yeah, Lucy, it did not exist in Nier Gestalt. Okay, how do I do? What do? What doing? How do I go into this thing? Okay, oh god, I'm so curious. This is awesome. All right, What? Okay, now that I'm very excited. I've been wondering when like some big piece of new content, or if any, was gonna come in this version of the game. That is very intriguing. Maybe I can't get through anything right there right now. You forgot you parked it there? We found Mashi's ship. Whoops. I don't know, man. It looks a little shipwrecked. You had it hitting the rum too hard, buddy. I'm so shy, says Oro, but maybe I can share it sometime. I totally understand. You know, don't feel any pressure, but the opportunity is always there and the door is open for you too. We would love to celebrate your art alongside you. I think it's cool. I get it, man. So for a long time, I was really, really afraid to share like music and to play like guitar for people, or to do anything creative in front of people, because I was like, I don't know, like I don't know if I was gonna get judged, or if like what I was gonna do, someone was gonna look at and be like, that's not that good, or something. Like, I don't know. I think I was afraid of the criticism. And then like after a while, I just started opening up about it and sharing it with people, and you know, people are really nice. People are really supportive and positive, and it became very encouraging. And it kind of, I don't know, it made me want to do art more, you know, to create things more. And sometimes it's kind of cool, like you'll make something that like it means something to someone, like they see something in it, or feel something from it, and they'll share that with you. And when they do, like, there's something about that that like adds so much value to it. And you know, it's a really awesome experience to have. And so, you know, one thing I'll say to anyone who does anything creative or artsy at all is that whatever you're doing, it's totally unique. It's yours. No one else is ever gonna make what you make. And I think as artists, we tend to be really self-critical, and we kind of compare ourselves to those who inspire us. And so we feel like, you know, sometimes we feel like we're copycats or we're not good enough, or, you know, weird stuff like that. That just does not translate to other people who see it. So, you know, just want to kind of put that out there and encourage all you artists out there in the chat. You know, if you're making stuff, feel free to share it. I understand the fear and the worry. So, you know, go at your own pace, but people are gonna appreciate it.
Hey, you got a moment? You used to be friends with the lighthouse lady, right?
I did.
As I remember it, we basically hated each other.
Yeah, that would be how you remember it. Gotta find some white crabs to repair the ship, savvy. Oh, we Kingdom Hearts 3 now. I did play Replicant because I preferred the brother, but it's basically the same game. Yeah, it had the same content as Gestalt did. Been working on lots of tiny improvements, said CJ, and it doesn't quite show in a screenshot though. I've also been putting a lot of work into my master plan. Is it the one that we last talked about in Discord? Cool, man. I'm totally supportive of you. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh, well, you at least talked to her, right? Could I ask you a favor?
What is it?
The lighthouse is in good shape now, but it's going to wear out eventually.
Oh, so many
We'd like
parts.
to have replacement parts ready. You think you could get the parts from the junk heap for me? I'm sure the lighthouse lady would be appreciative, wherever she is.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. All right.
So, water break time for the 4th time? Oh my goodness. You know what that means, everybody? Hydrate. Get your hydration on.
Oh, thank you. I think we'll need 10 broken lenses and 10 broken batteries.
Oh, why do you need broken stuff?
While you're at it, 10 mysterious switches would be nice too.
Why do you need elusive stuff? What is this nonsense quest? Oh, goodness. All right. Meow. 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 All right, there's got to be something up. Oh, maybe not. Hello? Hello? Hello?
There are 2 letters here for the lighthouse lady. According to the postmark, they're 50 years old.
Wait, what?
Didn't that jeweler say the mermaid tear was lost 50 years ago?
It may be more than mere coincidence. It may behoove us to sneak a look inside these letters.
I love that word, behoove. Who says that? It's a great word. It would behoove us to sneak a look inside these letters.
Here's the first letter. I am enclosing the mermaid tear with my next letter. It is the only thing I have found in this world that can hope to compare to your beauty. And here's the second one. My dearest, I fear I cannot send the mermaid tear at this time. I hope you can forgive me for this terrible slight.
Oh.
So the mermaid tear was supposed to go to the lighthouse lady, but never made it.
So her lover was never able to actually send it off. I wonder why.
And yet the tear is no longer with its original owner. What can we conclude from this?
Well, the second letter was sent from Seafront, which means the postman's father had started writing letters by that time.
Right.
Which means the jewel must have made its way to this town. Ah, but I smell a rat. To the post office!
Yeah. Man, what's up with the weird postmen in this town? You know, shady and stuff. Yeah, maybe I should give him some more credit. I get that they had good intentions with the lighthouse lady, but I don't necessarily agree. I love to share, but sometimes we can be our own worst critics. Oru, truer words have never been said. Honestly. I think we're usually our own worst critics, no matter what we're doing. But that's the cool thing about sharing, is that whenever we share, we get outside perspectives that aren't our own, and we can see how other people view things and see what we do. The cat singing on the stream. It's the cat with no name. The one and only master plan. Gotta send you over the details. Yes, please do, man. I look forward to hearing about it.
The way things are these days, I can't afford to keep giving my girl gifts. Now she won't even talk to me.
You got tough times, man. We're living in the vid world. You gotta save your money. That poor dude. It seemed like his girlfriend was like super materialistic anyway. So, you know, he might be dodging a bullet here. That emote is so cute. What is that? Is that? Oh my god. That cat is going after that jelly roll. Look at it. It's so cute.
Hey, buddy. You know a place called the Lost Shrine?
I ain't your buddy, pal.
Yeah, I know it.
Listen, I'm what's called a botanist.
A
That means
botanist?
I study plants.
You study
This
butts?
is all probably way over your head, but just bear with me, all right, buddy?
Okay.
Anyway, this Lost Shrine place supposedly contains a very rare tree, and I'm looking for someone to go there and borrow a piece of its root.
A piece of its butt? You dang dirty old botanist.
What do you think? Come on, buddy. It's just one little piece of root.
Asking me to touch tree butts? Take pieces of tree butts home with me? You're sick. You're sick. I'll do it.
I'll do it. You have to stop calling me buddy.
Oh my god, a botanist? That's right. You got it. You got it. All right. To the post office. I almost forgot what we were doing for a sec. We got to get to the bottom of the mystery of the mermaid tier. You got that right, buddy. Buddy. Buddy.
Oh, hello. What can I do you for?
Mermaid tier.
I'm looking for a package addressed to the lighthouse lady. It would be about 50 years old.
Buddy.
You want a package from half a century ago?
Mm-hmm.
Your father was the previous postman, right? Did he ever mention something like that to you?
No, he just told me to keep writing the letters.
Mm-hmm.
But we keep all of our unclaimed packages in the storage room, so if she didn't pick it up, it's probably still there.
Raid the
Great.
coppers!
If you don't mind, I'd like to take a look.
Getting permission to steal stuff. Get out of my way, boxes. And I'm on my way to do legal crimes.
50-year-old package. Hope the rats haven't eaten it.
I better not eat my victory. CJ. You can't laugh your butt off in an open plan office. This old man from Seafront will come after you. Okay? They'll be like, oh, he shed a piece of his butt. I better take it home because I will study it and do weird butt science with it. I don't know.
It bears her name, and the postmark is 50 years old.
Protect your butt.
Look, the jewel lies inside. Quickly, what does the letter say?
Oh.
As promised, I am enclosing the mermaid tear. Unfortunately, with this gift comes a piece of sad news. My love, I fear the illness which ravages my body will soon claim it. My dreams of traveling to you are all but lost.
Oh. Oh man, that just gave me chills.
I desired so to give you this stone with my own hand. That I cannot is my greatest regret. He gave her his family's heirloom as a final gift.
Oh man.
Hold a moment. I see another letter.
Looks like a death notice.
I see. So the poor fellow had already passed when the package arrived at Seafront.
You know, this makes sense then why it never got to her and why the postman kept it back here. Those of you guys who don't remember or weren't here, kind of like the legacy of the Postman family in relation to the lighthouse lady was that they were trying to protect her by providing her hope that her lover would someday return to her from his travels, because that was like the only thing that was keeping her going. And like they thought it would hurt her too bad to find out that he died. So, you know, that makes sense then why this was never given to her.
Which means the postman had already begun to lie to her. So what now? Do we give the jewel back to the client, or maybe the postman has an idea?
I think about this, okay? The woman is looking for the mermaid tear that belonged to the man who loved the lighthouse lady. He sent the lighthouse lady the mermaid tear, but with it came the news of his death, so it never made it to her. Now we have this random lady who is looking for the mermaid tear. She says it's a family heirloom, very precious to her, so that means that she's related to the lighthouse lady's lover. But I feel like there's more pieces to this puzzle.
Did you find it?
Sorry, I was laughing at CJ's comment there. You gotta help your own butt, man. I don't know what to tell you. Hope the rats didn't eat it. The package is filled with a half-century-old cheese. Now the rats definitely ate it.
Yeah, but it's complicated.
Yeah, she wouldn't tend the lighthouse anymore if she knew the truth from the start. Which is kind of the part that upset me about that whole thing.
I see. It was from the woman's lover.
I gotta say, I'm not sure what to do here.
Wait, what? Excuse me, Lost? CJ and Butts? It's been going on since last night. What's the butt story? What kind of butt happenings are we talking about here?
Well, you're the one who found it. Do whatever you think is best.
Thanks for the help, Postman.
What should we do?
Bury the jewel in the memory of the woman, or give it to the client. Oh, or a third option, sell it. Profit from someone else's sadness. Why does it give us this option to be a bad person? Oh no. All right, chat, what do we do? Do we sell it? Do we give it to the client? Or do we bury the jewel in the memory of the woman? I'll leave this one up to you. Just saying. I'm just saying. The client gives me bad vibes. All right? Mashi says client. He's like, give it to the dark side. Help the enemy. Feed your anger. Feed my butt. I think I usually choose to bury this. But actually, I can't remember what I chose to do the last time that I played. Lucy votes bury it. Jen votes bury it. In your butt. Whoa! Whoa! It's not that kind of jewel. Oh my gosh. Well, we got 2 votes for bury it, so here we go. Bury the jewel in the memory of the woman's butt.
It's her keepsake. We should bury it with her.
How do you bury it in butt memories?
All right. I'll bury it next to the old woman's grave.
Thanks. Guess the next step is to visit the client.
I'm gonna tell her. Your jewel is with butts now.
Hey, did you hear the news?
I got promoted.
What is it?
There's a giant shade in the southern plains, and they say it likes to eat postmen.
Just loves to fill up on postmen.
Really? I've never heard of shades eating people.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, well, people say the bodies look like they've been torn apart and chewed on. We're all too scared to deliver the mail with that thing around.
The shades are becoming more of a threat than ever before.
Boy, there's a lot happening in this town, isn't there?
All right, I'll see what I can find.
You probably buried it. I'd like to see what the client does. Yeah, well, let's find out. I feel like I would have chosen to bury it in the past. I'm not positive though. I can't quite remember. Blow it up in a small atomic explosion. All right. Moment of truth. Let's see what this lady says. What if she tries to like rob the grave?
Yes, yes. Did you find my jewel?
Sorry, no. Everything was a dead end.
Oh, we're not gonna tell her to, like, what actually happened with it?
Oh, that's too bad. It once belonged to my beloved grandfather, you see, and I had so hoped to find it.
Your grandfather?
Yes, it seems he was born in this town, so I thought that by visiting his birthplace... Oh well.
Oh, well, now I feel bad. I just did a bad thing.
So the mermaid tear was being gifted to her.
That thing must stir up some powerful memories.
Alas, it is far too late to bring it to her now.
It made its way to her in the next life. I'm sure of it.
I certainly hope so.
I regret the thing that I did. Oh, well, there we go. That's how that ends. Damn. I had to be so skeptical of this lady, huh? It's the commander all over again. Might be someone with a grudge against postmen. All right, it's not the shades killing the postmen or eating them. It's a dude. Or a lady. You don't want to be discriminatory against killers. Just looked up what happens to choices. Oh. How bad was the thing I did, Lucy? All right, hey.
Hey, you got time to help me with something?
Hey.
Go on.
I need you to buy a kitchen knife from Two Brothers Weaponry and bring it back to me. I'm willing to pay a handsome sum for it.
A kitchen knife?
Why not just buy one here in town? Why go to such lengths for a mere household utensil?
Absolutely not. The knife must come from the junk heap. I'll pay whatever it takes.
Okay. I basically missed out on some backstory for the two lovers in 10k gold. Oh, damn it. I don't care about the gold, but I love backstory. You know why I love backstory?
Well,
because it's the story of...
Thanks. When you bring me the knife, I'll give you the money.
All right. Well, looks like we're gonna have to go to the junk heap soon. I mean, we're gonna have to go there anyway because you have to get all these dang materials.
Husband and wife sure do enjoy their marital spat.
Talking about Red Bagman. Booty story. The tale of two booties. Okay, we're still missing something. We are trying to find information about the Despicable Man. So, time to do some sleuthing. Seen a Despicable Man?
Lovely wind, isn't it?
Not really.
Sorry, we're not quite ready for business yet. Come back when we're open, okay?
Okay. All right. They're of no help. Despicable Man's gotta be here somewhere, right? Why'd I get a fishing tip tutorial from that box? The tutorial system in this game is just so bizarre. Just 2 more hours. You can do it, man. You're so close. 2 hours is nothing. You've already spent so many more hours than 2 hours at that place. All right, if I were a missing despicable person, where would I be? In high places?
We repaired the gate before we realized it leads to an area full of shades. So now we just closed off the path.
Okay. A Despicable Man and his minions. Despicable You. Despicable Me. Despicable We. Hey kid, you seen a bad man?
Nobody's ever gonna find me here.
Well, I did. Maybe I'm the bad man. Oh, all right. Let's see. Maybe the box just wanted to teach you something about fishing. I bet it picked up some neat tricks in town. It used to be driftwood. That's probably where it learned all of its great fishing techniques. The kid is the bad man. Oh no.
I haven't heard from my brother lately. I sure hope he's all right.
Oh, he wasn't a postman, was he? Oh, here we go. Hey, lady.
The man with the necklace? Oh, I know him. I know him very well, if you get my meaning. Growl.
Don't go on. I don't want to know anymore. Abandoned quest.
Truth be told, I haven't seen him for almost 5 years. But I know he's coming back to me.
No, he's not.
That's a really long time. You don't think maybe...
He promised he'd come back, and he will. He was honest, and he loved me. Not like that old husband of mine, let me tell you.
Wait a minute. Is this the lady? Is this the lady with the husband from the forest? He was honest and he loved me, not like the old husband of mine. Are you mad because you ran off with this dude and your husband was mad at you because you did that? Actually, we don't have nearly enough context, but that'd be pretty skeevy. Oh my goodness. Billie Eilish's new song, I'm the bad man.
This man seems to have quite the gift for swindle.
Mm-hmm.
Sure seems like it.
He's the ultimate swindler. Okay, well, does that mean like our trail went cold? We didn't get any info on that, did we? You learned he's in Seafront. He's not in Seafront. Give me anything else.
The man with the necklace sold all kinds of neat merchandise, and his prices were so reasonable. It's not every day you meet a guy like that.
The man with the necklace sold all kinds of neat merchandise. Never stop laughing at butt jokes. I see that this is CJ's one weakness. Butt jokes are his kryptonite. Well, okay, well now what? Oh. Suddenly Postman.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he was pretty shady. I heard he beat it for the North after folks caught wind of his counterfeit goods.
His counterfeit goods? That lady was like, he's so great. He sells good stuff at reasonable prices. Because he's a giant phony.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he was pretty shady. I heard he beat it for the North after folks caught...
Beat it for the North. Okay, so that means he went... What else is North? The Junk Heap, maybe? What does Grimoire Vice say? Nothing. Stupid book. God, I'm so curious about that boat. When do we get to learn more about the boat? Hello.
The man with the necklace. Yeah, sure, I remember him. Heard he took off for the junk heap earlier.
We were right.
Great. Now the junk heap. Maybe he ran into the two brothers.
This dude's leading us on a wild goose chase, man. He went to the junk heap. He turned into a robot. We're gonna have to destroy him. Which would be very poetic because he's a bad man. I need to progress the main story more to find out about the boat? Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh boy, look at all that stuff we need. We have to kill so many robots. So we got cargo from the seafront shoreline. We're gonna have to find all the shorelines. So where's another one? In the northern plains. I think there's a shoreline, I mean, technically in the desert, because they have like the sand sea. And then, oh, I guess that would be it. That's 3. All right, we gotta buy a mandrake leaf from the Strange Things store. Gotta kill a shade in the southern plains. We can do that. Gotta catch some sandfish. We gotta find a whole lot of logs. Log. Don't we get those from like trees? On that section of the map that's on the way to the desert? More titanium alloy, so junk heap stuff. More junk heap stuff. At least I think. Wait, maybe we get iron ore from like the rocks and stuff that are out in the same area where I think we get the logs. Oh gosh. These side quests, I forgot how tedious these side quests are. All right, we still need eggplants. It's so weird. And the crystal for the king's mask. Oh, a piece of root. A piece of tree butt from the Lost Shrine's great tree. Okay. And then, again, the junk heap to buy the knife. Okay. All right. I want Vince to dress up as a mime. So we get pictures of him on a t-shirt that says, Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime. Mime, 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 mime. That'd be great, actually. No, forget Mime Jr., that wannabe. He never made it. Not like Mr. Mime. It's a long-running mime career. Made a name for himself. Okay? Mime Jr. thought he was going to be the future, but he was wrong. Alright, where in the world is Matt Lauer? Oh god, he's not here. Is this one of those shades that like only appears sometimes? Oh, okay. Yeah, Junior quit mime college. Because he was no good. Oh, wow. Just whooped his butt. Oh, God, ow, get up. Wait. Get our Beast Bane out. We do super magic damage. You're going down, armored sir. Oh my lord. Who needs college anyway? I have such mixed feelings about college. I don't fault anyone whatsoever for going, nor would I discourage anyone from going to like gain knowledge and skills. But oh man, it is such a cash grab here in the States. It's so frustrating. Ow, dude, I'm getting my butt kicked. Ah! He's after my butt. Run! Okay. Alright, this dude's going down. He's done. Alright, are those guys burning? That still happens? Clay. That's not iron ore. Hold on, is this health actually going down? No. Excuse me. That'd have been kind of cool. Hey, with the shade magic, I know. That's slick. Oh, and he just disintegrated. Neat. Don't you dare. Why would you... Jin, no. No. Just being a bad person. No. Alright, well, maybe the shade's just not gonna appear right now. Oh, gosh. No! No bank. No sneeze. How many of those have you got by now? Jeez. Not you too, Mashi. Oh! It's badness. It's badness and madness. I should have known, Mashi. You guys were in it to win it. You don't even know if there's a prize. Okay. Well, I think part of me thought that if I killed the shades here, then the big one would pop up, but I don't think so. I think I was wrong. At 1,000 sneezes, everyone gets free gil. Well, that seems excessive. I've got to be on like sneeze 3 or something. I don't know, actually. would not have insight into this. Okay. Well, I think that we are gonna run over to the post box. Sorry, dog, I didn't mean to slide you across the floor like some sort of pog. Total sneezes. Kappa? I have a whole kappa of sneeze? What does it mean? All right, so I think we're gonna call it here for the evening. Oh boy, all right, so let's see who is live right now. We're gonna check and see if Sir Smock is still hanging out. Am I really the only one using the pronounce thingy for Twitch? The pronounce thingy? What are you talking about? I don't even know what that is. Honestly, don't know what the pronounce thingy is. I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna check anyway. Let's see. I don't know how often, or rather how long, their Smock streams. Wait a minute, what? Somehow I was not following this man. I am the bad man. All right, there we go. We are going to raid this cool guy. All right. So I want to thank everybody who's been here today. You know, we had a really good conversation for a few things. I mean, we had a great discussion around the question of the day. We had good discussion with Lil and her dilemma that she was going through earlier. And I appreciate all the insight that everybody was able to share. You guys did a great job of supporting one another today. And it was just a really good example of what we're all about here on the fence, and appreciate it very, very much. So we're gonna go spread the love and share some support over in Sir Smock's channel. So get ready to raid, and you know, you can share your own raid message if you would like. You let those creative juices flow in the chat. Otherwise, I've got a message that you can copy pasta that'll be popping up here in the chat in just a few minutes. So before I go, I'd like to let you guys know that I am going to be live again this Saturday around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So about the same time that we were live today. And, you know, if you forget or something, don't worry. Make sure you're checking us out on Twitter and Discord. And you'll be able to get some notifications from those platforms whenever I'm going live, because I'll announce it there. We'll get the socials and everything like that posted in the chat for you. If you haven't already, feel free to jump into the Discord server. We'd love to connect with you guys in between streams and keep in touch throughout the week. Sometimes we got stuff going on that, you know, we just need to talk about in the moment. And the fence on Discord is a great place to do it. And we have a channel called Peer to Peer, where if you guys are going through something, you just need to get some stuff off your chest, share some things, and you know, talk with some people about what you're going through. Peer to Peer channel is the place to be. Everyone there is going to be really kind and supportive and non-judgmental. So there's no shame in this community. If you're going through something, you could benefit from somebody being there, we're happy to be there. All right? Never forget, you guys are such beautiful people, and I appreciate you so much, and I want you guys to see everything about yourselves that is worth appreciating. I know that's hard sometimes, but, you know, I think you guys are just awesome, and you're good and kind-hearted people, so keep being yourselves, be well, and keep your heads up and your hearts strong. The command for what? For the, oh, I don't have a command for it. What I've got here is just a trigger for it. So check it out. So I do this. Bam. And that pops up. And then I have got a thing that's going to pop up here in the chat in just a moment. So don't worry, it'll pop up. But you guys, yeah, keep your heads up and your heart strong. I will hopefully see you on Saturday. And until then, like I said, just be well, be kind to each other, be kind to yourselves. And I'll see you guys next time on Fence TV. Thanks for everything.